Hello and welcome to the Sci-Fi Show. I'm Joe.
And I'm Dave.
And I'm Luke.
And I know today is a day that we don't usually stream on. We don't usually stream on a Wednesday, but I am going out for dinner, family meal tomorrow night, so I figured may as well get one in this week anyway. So we're doing tonight. And Dave has suggested an interesting topic for tonight, haven't you, Dave?
I have. Yeah. Admittedly, I kind of got the idea from another YouTube channel. But
Oh, you thief.
usually. Do you not know my past?
That I do. But I also know that you've studied ethics, quite quite well. So you thought you moved past that, Dave.
That's how I know it's ethical to steal the idea.
This is where we find out all of Dave's essays and stuff for his uni course have been plagiarized as well.
It's not the only thing I didn't steal. Yeah, it's just footnotes to Plato anyway. But I didn't quite steal the idea. I was watching another channel and they were discussing some stuff and they started talking about elevated horror. And I thought, we could do a stream on that.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, there's nothing wrong with getting inspiration from somewhere. You've got to get it from somewhere at the end of the day.
Exactly.
And I think, obviously, tonight's stream is going to be covering off things like elevated horror and also horror in general and how horror can cross over into different genres and some of our favourite horrors and our least favourite horrors, what we like about horror, and what seems to be the general thing that most people either like or dislike about the genre as well. So, Dave, I mean, do you want to start us off? Do you want to just give us a general description of what horror is supposed to be?
Okay, that's kind of a tough question. Horror is one of those genres where it's supposed to inspire feelings of dread or terror or disgust. And that's the thing about this elevated horror, is that it doesn't rely on those old tropes of gore and that kind of thing, or jump scares. It's supposed to be more psychological in nature, so playing to our emotions and using the other people's emotional responses on screen to inspire an emotional response to you. So say Midsommar, at the beginning of that, you have her crying for about 4 hours, and that's supposed to give you a connection to her and make you feel despair and dread. But it just makes you feel kind of bored.
Wait, just before we carry on, I'm going to advocate for those types of films throughout this. So
I know you are. That's why I wanted you on.
Yeah, I'm starting off.
You appreciate that genre, so
yeah, I do. I do. That's why I wanted to come on. As soon as I heard it was this, I was like, okay, I definitely need to try it, and I am.
Well, you need the balance.
Yeah.
I mean, on the one hand, you got Dave who really doesn't like it. You got you who really does like it, and me who loves the genre horror but hasn't seen any of these movies.
You can be a good mediator during our argument.
You're both wrong. There you go.
I don't think Dave's going to change my mind on this one.
I cannot be wrong. But yeah, this idea of elevated horror, it's kind of come out this decade, and it started with, have you seen the film The Witch?
Yes.
No, I've seen Witches by Roald Dahl.
That was good.
Yeah. The original one. I wasn't a big fan of the new one. I ended up switching that one off. But
It was the ending was closer to Roald Dahl's original ending.
Fair. I didn't get that far through it. It just
Angelica Houston was a much better main witch than what's her name?
I don't know. I can't remember her name. Catwoman. One of the Catwomen.
Catwoman.
I'm terrible with names. I just.
I am.
No, it's not
Who?
Fontaine, is it? She's in Les Mis, isn't she?
I don't know.
Why
I've
can't I
never
remember
watched
her
that.
name? I I know her name.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's Vivitch as well, isn't it? It's Vivitch. That's one. But with two V's instead of a W.
Yes, Lone Wolf, hey,
Anne
nice to have
Hathaway.
you here as well. Anne Hathaway, that's the one. Yes, he's pretending to work right now. Hopefully, you can listen to as much as possible. Please let us know if you do have any questions. We'll try and chuck them in. But her name is Google.
That's where I got the answer from.
Yeah, I mean, you could just go on IMDb or look up the movie and find it from there. Yeah, I know.
That's
But
what
sometimes it's good to try and actually get your brain to engage and find that memory in there somewhere. Though for me, I'm terrible with names. You know, for me, I relate people to certain things. I mean, I've said it before, but there was a guy I used to sit next to at work for the first 3 months. In my head, his name was the guy that looked like the Jewish guy that played the Indian guy in Short Circuit. You know, that's all it, and that's sort of how it is, you know. So yeah,
I can remember films and shows that they've been in, but I can usually not remember the name. Yeah.
I'm just
like the guy from Short Circuit was in Due South.
Was he?
Yeah,
I didn't realize
he was the partner.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That was awesome.
Yeah.
We need more Mountie programs.
I haven't seen either of those things.
You haven't seen Due South or Short Circuit?
I think I might have seen Short Circuit, but that would have been when I was like young. And is Short Circuit the one with the
Johnny Five?
Yeah,
Number 5 is alive.
The Wally looking robot.
No, Wally is the Short Circuit looking robot.
Wally is,
yeah, they started Wally on that robot. Yeah. So I have seen that, but that was like I was very young.
Fair.
So like 2 years ago.
It was before I had a beard, so
like a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I shave it every morning.
Yeah. Yeah, I did like the Short Circuit movies though. Even though the second one was like a bit pants, I still enjoyed them. But
he was a cool robot.
Yeah, he really was.
That was a Short Circuit too. Wait. When was Short Circuit released then?
The first one was 80s, wasn't
80.
it?
Oh, so I wasn't
or something.
Yeah. No, it was when I was little that they came out. So yeah, you definitely weren't born when they were released. But yeah, I mean that's why everybody knows the song "Who Is Johnny" by El DeBarge.
Don't know that song.
Oh yeah.
He's a Philistine.
These young whippersnappers.
No culture.
Next, you're going to say you've never listened to an 80s playlist.
Oh, I have, yeah, of course. I like 80s metal.
Good answer.
Unless you're speaking of Guns N' Roses and that kind of thing.
Huh?
Unless you're speaking about Guns N' Roses.
No, Metallica, AC/DC.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lone Wolf Short Circuit was the best of horror. Yeah, you're right. We've really veered off tonight. We're 80s sci-fi. Yes, tonight's stream is about horror. And what have we gone into? Yes, 80s sci-fi. Yeah.
We got the theme out there. That's pretty good for us.
So yeah, so back onto it. Yeah, basically, horror is something that is essentially supposed to horrify you. That's
it. Yeah, it's a film that kind of plays into our deepest fears and is meant to give us elevated senses of fear and, like you said, disgust and, like, say, horror at the actions going on the screen, or that kind of tension that we hold throughout one of those films, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so there are many types of horror, and the classic one is the one that I think all three of us here will hate, is that typical jump horror. You know, there's no real substance to the movie. It's just quiet. Surprise! Yeah, okay, yeah, they do make you jump even though you know it's coming, because you're sort of prone to that sort of thing. But it's not an enjoyable jump; it's a predictable jump.
Yeah, I get made jump more in films that aren't horror films than horror films because I'm not anticipating it in non-horror films.
That's fair.
Whereas in horror films, I go in and I'm like, oh, okay, there's a quiet piece of music or something, and I'm like, okay, something's gonna jump out at me, and I'm just gonna sit here and be like, oh, that wasn't good.
I don't really do the whole jump thing, so
it's really funny because Izzy does. So she sometimes her jumping makes me jump rather than the actual thing on the screen.
No, that's just it, isn't it? It's the people around you doing that, and all of a sudden you're like, I was not expecting that hand to land on me there, and like,
same here. When I watched them with Emma, she's the one who jumps, and I've had like kidney blows and elbows to the nose, and I swear it's like going to the pub.
Yeah, and those sorts of horrors, I don't know why they're so popular and why they're still made. I can
They're
see
for teens who all go to a cinema and have that shared experience of, oh my god, that kind of thing.
Yeah. An excuse to get the person next to you to give you a hug and hold on tight.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
And they're cheap to make, aren't they? Like, and they make a fair amount of money back.
Yeah.
Like, I consider Paranormal Activity to be that kind of horror. It was more about like jump scares and stuff, and they made that. I think they made the first Paranormal Activity for like $150,000.
Yeah,
and they made millions back. Like it was a massively good investment for them. Yeah, because it was just literally the handheld camera, very basic script, not too much editing work. No, some very like crap visual effects. So.
Didn't even have to hire good actors because you want bad actors for that kind of film.
Yeah, I reckon I could have made it for less.
Yeah, probably. No, you probably could have. Yeah, definitely.
You've seen how terrible my video editing skills are.
Better than mine.
That's just the software. Now that you've got the same bit of software, you're going to overtake me in no time, Dave.
Have you seen how fat I am? I can't overtake anybody.
Could if it's downhill.
True. I would have momentum behind me.
I just had a thought and I can't get it out, so I'm bringing it back to the
phone. Is it back on Short Circuit again?
No, it's no, it's on found footage horror films. I think I just don't rate any found footage horror film other than Blair Witch Project. I think that it kind of perfected the original, and then everything else is trying to emanate it to something, except for Wreck.
Wreck is amazing.
Wreck is the only other found footage film that I would go, yeah, that's really good horror film. But Wreck,
there's a few good ones.
I think was Cloverfield one of them.
Cloverfield,
it was considered found footage, but it was a horrible film.
It was a kind of more of a thriller action movie, and it was.
I'm just trying to remember all the ones like that.
I remember at the time, I'm like, should I go back and watch it? Because there's like the two other films that have come out, one with John Goodman in it, and I'm like,
10 Cloverfield Lane and Cloverfield Paradox.
So apparently Cloverfield Paradox is crap. But like,
I enjoyed it.
Oh, okay.
It was okay.
The mythology of Cloverfield seems really cool, and I'm like, should I go back and watch it? But I remember like half the movie just being this stupid party with characters I didn't give a shit about.
Yeah,
and then the other half is just stuff you can't see, except for like one scene where the Statue of Liberty's head like rolls on the ground, and then it's just shaky cam for the rest of it. It's like, nah, not bothered. I think they lean too much into the action and not enough into the characters, which is why Blair Witch Project works, and Chronicle actually, but I see that as more of a action film as well.
The what? Sorry,
Chronicle.
Oh, that wasn't bad. That was the kids with superpowers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was like Michael B. Jordan's and Dane DeHaan's like first like breakout roles, and they were very good in it. And
yeah,
Quarantine.
I'm
just having
Quarantine is the remake of Wreck, and it's kind of terrible.
Quarantine is a bad remake of Wreck.
That was the English,
a horrible woman
American
from Dexter.
version of Wreck, wasn't it? Yeah. No, yeah. I was working at Blockbuster at the time these movies all came out, I think.
Wreck was insane. Wreck is so good. I think Wreck is made by its ending, though. I think if the ending wasn't so strong, it would probably not be as strong a movie. It's pretty strong, but the ending is.
I mean, that
phenomenal.
can make or break a movie. There are endings of movies that you get to and you just feel like, well, I've just wasted my entire time watching it. I mean, especially, I find it worse with the TV series, though. Like when you got to the end of How I Met Your Mother and you're like, really?
Yeah, because it frames the entire story, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So if the ending's bad, then the whole story just doesn't have a purpose.
Yeah.
You can bring up Cannibal Holocaust now.
Well, it was essentially the first kind of found footage horror. Not quite in the same way that Blair Witch was. But it was basically this professor who finds this film reel of kids who went to South American jungle and they film themselves finding these cannibals, and they turn out to be the real horror of the film. But it's all shot as them filming a documentary.
But if I'm right, the thing that makes Cannibal Holocaust so memorable is the political fallout afterwards, rather than the actual movie.
The film is amazing.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's a brilliant film. Yeah, the one that you watch now will be censored.
Right. Okay.
Because they actually killed real animals for that film.
Oh, okay.
But all that's cut out now because you can't show.
Well, because they had to bring. They thought they'd killed actual people as well, didn't they?
The director had to bring them in and
show how they did the effects and that because they were so realistic.
Yeah, they are pretty amazing effects, especially for like a schlock Italian horror film.
Mm.
Sorry, Dave, go for it.
I was just going to say some other good found footage is the VHS. The VHS series, it's like anthologies, but there's always a couple in there that are really good examples of found footage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not seeing them. I was literally just looking through a selection of them, and it's amazing how many of these I just haven't seen.
And speaking of a sort of found footage and cops getting called in, there was also the guinea pig films. Guinea pig flowers and flesh. Yeah, it's like a Japanese thing. And one of the episodes, or one of the parts of it, was a serial killer who kidnaps this girl, then takes her back and films torturing the girl and kind of pulling her eyeball out and slowly killing her. And the effects in it were so well done that Charlie Sheen saw the film at a party and was absolutely certain it was a snuff film and got the FBI involved.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I mean, that shows the quality of a film when it can do something like that.
I mean, the film is kind of terrible because that's all it is. I mean, it's proper horror because that's what you're just watching this guy torture this girl, and the screams are very realistic and the gore is very realistic. But that is the best thing about it, is how good those effects are.
I guess that's where I kind of taper off with horror films. Like if they're like stuff like, I don't know, like The Human Centipede or the original I Spit on Your Grave, like anything that's just like kind of almost like turning a really horrifying situation into like a freak show type thing, just switches me off immediately, because I'm just like, this is just like, well, it's like Gorno, isn't it? That's the term. It's just like watching it because you fancy watching a bit of violence, which is not.
I think there's a point where there it is, just excessive gore, and it's gore for the sake of gore. But I'd regard Gorno more like the Hostel films. You know, there is a little bit of substance to them, and there's a little bit of sexy to them too.
Your version of Gorno is not just like excessive goriness, but there's also like sex involved as well.
Yeah, that's what I'd say. I'd say it's basically torture porn, you know.
In my head, torture porn was always just like people watching torture for like
To
sexual
get off on it.
gratification. Yeah, like
Yeah.
but not necessarily sexual gratification, just gratification. Like,
Fair.
I enjoy watching people get tortured. But yeah, I mean, either way, it's the same thing, right? Just one is more sexual than the other.
I mean, to some degree, some of the old slashers can be considered that because it's watching the people you don't like. Like, if you think about the Friday the 13th films, it's like preppy kids and bullies and all those kind of people getting their comeuppance from Jason, and that's what you kind of gel with, is seeing the people you don't like get killed.
Yeah.
It's not a sexual gratification, but it's a kind of
It's gratification, isn't it? Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I see that, and to be fair, like there are some Friday the 13th films that I enjoy, and there's some
that are pretty terrible.
Yeah, there's some that are terrible. Same with Freddy Krueger, and same with Halloween.
Yeah.
You know, there's always some good ones and some bad ones. But the ones I enjoy more are the ones that have a decent story alongside it. So you do get the funny kills and stuff, like the interesting kills or whatever. But you also get this like kind of like this thread that goes through that's like kind of like makes sense as an actual film as well. So it's not just like just like murder for like an hour and a half or 2 hours.
For me as well, I think it's sometimes just the concept that I found interesting. An example of that was, you know, like the Hellraiser stories. I loved the whole idea of, you know, you solve this puzzle and it opens the gates to hell. And actually these gates to hell, for some people, it's the ultimate pleasure through pain. And for some of them, it is just hell. And all the other things that surround it as well, and the way the stories came in and how sometimes there were references to previous stories. I mean, I've now watched 9 of the 10 that I know exist, and the first 2 were brilliant, although they're such low quality now. I need to find like a remake that's like a remaster in HD, because my copy of it I can't watch on a TV anymore. It's such
I've got Blu-rays.
Really, are they remastered enough to they actually look good? Or good. Okay, so they are available. I need to purchase a new copy of them. I also really liked the 5th one, which that had Willem Dafoe in it, didn't it? I think, as a police officer. 6th one because it referenced the 2nd, and the 8th one because it took into like the MMO sort of thing going onto it.
I don't think I've seen that one.
So they were all interesting. The 9th one was okay, but it was a new Pinhead, and
he was terrible.
Yeah.
He had none of the presence that Douglas Bradley had.
Yeah.
That's a bit like when they replaced Freddy Krueger as well. Like I like the actor that played Freddy Krueger. I like him in Watchmen, for instance.
Earl Haley something.
Yeah, but I mean, sorry, but
he was a terrible Freddy.
Well, I don't. To be fair, like I'm going to be fair to him. He's a great actor, and it was probably written and directed poorly because they were trying to make it really serious. And one thing I found hilarious in the like the fallout of that movie coming out is that people were defending Freddy Krueger because in that movie, in the newest one, where they're really way more serious and it's not funny like Robert Englund's Freddy Krueger. In the new one, he like sexually assaults children rather than murders them, and people were like, Freddy Krueger only ever killed children. Like, how could you do this to him and stuff? And I was just like, part of me is like, I understand where they're coming from.
I'm pretty sure that he sexually assaulted them in the original too. Well,
that's not what these comments were saying. They were saying that the original Freddy just murdered children. So even if their view is wrong, their opinion on their view is very interesting.
Yeah, it's all right to kill children, but not molest them.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Well, I suppose, though, if you think about lasting suffering, right? If you molest children, right, it causes lasting suffering, and if you kill them, at least their suffering's over. I mean, maybe that's their point.
I mean, let's not maybe get into the.
I'm trying to understand their perspective. You've got to try and understand
I think
what
it's just
someone
the
else
folk
says.
devil of the time, and the reason I understand the reason why those filmmakers made that decision is because horror often reflects the fears of the time, and that's a prominent fear at the moment. And that's what I love about horror is that you can really see what the fear of the time is and what's going to scare people based on what's included in the horrors at the time as well.
And I suppose that's how certain films like Old actually work, because it's one of those things that scares everybody. It's that whole aging process and us slowly decaying and dying, and the fact that Old, it completely speeds up that process. And
is that the M. Night Shyamalan one?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
It also tapped into the fear of being used as guinea pig by pharmaceutical companies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. I found that film weirdly. I was in two minds about it. Part of me hated it, and part of me thought it was really good.
Really good idea, terrible execution.
I think just M. Night Shyamalan being in the film as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's just it. Quite a lot of the time, he does have a good idea, but that's
the
as far
acting
as
was
it
quite
goes.
good. I think the acting was quite good. I think it was the writing. I think the way the writing was done. I think it should have been a series more than a show. And also, there's a schizophrenic character in there that starts murdering people, and that just pissed me off as well. And that switches me off of films immediately.
I don't really remember much.
So there's the guy that starts knifing people and like randomly.
The old, yeah.
And he's got schizophrenia, and it gets worse obviously. And he starts knifing people. I'm like, no, he'd be in a corner crying to himself, like wondering what's going on in the world. Like he wouldn't be attacking people with a knife. Like, oh man.
Yeah, he was paranoid that his partner was being hit on by that other guy, and therefore he stabbed that person. It's like, unless he was
stabbing everyone,
yeah,
and then someone stabbed him and killed him, and that was like a good thing because he was like the villain.
Yeah,
I was like, oh man,
yeah. I mean, too many films paint mentally ill folks in that bad light.
Horror films specifically. Horror films are bad for it. Yeah.
And the thing is, it can happen.
That fear.
But again, it's a fear of the time.
True.
It's people's natural fears that there is someone who is going to have a mental illness that does this sort of thing,
That's true. I think for me it's an easy trope to put into a film, and it started with Psycho, really. Like we go all the way back to that when psychiatry was kind of just up and coming and psychology had just started and stuff, and we were starting to think about mental illness in the way that we do today. Alfred Hitchcock obviously took a small portion of what he knew and put that into a film, and it works as a movie, but that's not really changed since then in terms of the portrayal.
I mean, you've got Chainsaw Massacre. That's one of the big things, is that Leatherface was mentally ill and, kind of had a childlike intelligence and all that kind of stuff.
Which, again, I guess must also piss you off because of
and disbeliefs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing, right? I think there's one thing in taking the fears of the time and stuff like relationships and we'll come onto this with the elevated horror, I'm sure, but like relationships, like family and stuff like that. And then there's another thing, taking a group of people that are like ostracized and making them a fear. I think that actually horror films have a lot to answer for in that sense, in terms of like perpetuating that myth that, if you go to a horror film and you see a crazy person, that's then reflected back into society, rather than it being just a one-way thing of like it's a reflection of society.
Yeah. Fair enough.
So yeah, I love horror films, but yeah, some stuff like that switches me off a little bit.
Yeah, that's fair enough. As we said, I think for me, a lot of it is the story, a lot of it is the character building and dialogue that's in there, and the concepts that come into it. I quite like sci-fi horror because I like sci-fi. I see sci-fi as science possibility. Some sci-fi is more science fantasy rather than science possibility.
What you mean? Lightsabers aren't real?
They are real now.
Oh, are they?
No. Someone has gone into the Guinness World Records for actually making a functioning lightsaber. So, yeah. But the Force and things like that could go into the fantasy side of things. But it's generally either that sort of fantasy, wouldn't this be a cool idea, sort of, or a bit of mysticism in there, or it is this, possibility that you see from sci-fi. And I tend to lean towards more the credible possibility sides, though sometimes I can switch my mind off and just enjoy two giant robots beating the crap out of a monster. But I really, really have to switch my mind off. But things like, I like the Alien movies. I found those really, really, really good. Now, the thing with the Alien movies, the first one was clearly a horror. Because it's, they're out there, and it feeds into sort of the claustrophobia side because they're stuck on the ship. They're out in space. They're in the unknown. We've all got this fear of what's in space, and there's this alien, chasing them around. And then you get to the second one, and it's not horror at all. It is an action film. They're tooled to the nines, and they're going around. They're all getting wiped out, and there is elements of horror to it because they've got the big bad, the monster coming after them. They've got the gore coming through there, but it is an action film. And then you come back to the third one again, and you're in that sort of horror again. You're stuck on this prison planet, and there's one pistol between all of them, and they've got to set up these traps. Now, obviously, you find out as you go through, Ripley herself is not in any danger because she has the Queen in her, so it's not going to kill her. But all the others, there's still that danger for them, and it's the story and the way they try and set up these traps and trick the alien. And I found these were the really, really good films. And Resurrection was I suppose you could call it a guilty pleasure because it was no way good, but I like the series.
I saw it in the cinema and fell asleep.
Yeah, I would not have watched it in the cinema.
Just a scene where she's like talking to the new alien with her like it's her child, and it's just like, this is so weird. Like, this is totally unnecessary. Like, there's no reason for this.
The best thing about it was it had the guy from The Crow in it.
Did it?
Not Brandon
Lee.
you know the big bad guy in The Crow?
Oh, did it? The same guy from he's in Robin Hood as well.
Oh, I don't know about that. I know he's in Basquiat.
He's got long hair, and he's really husky.
He's got the husky voice, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he's in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves as well.
I didn't know that. To be honest, I hate Kevin Costner, so
that was like a film I really loved growing up.
Get out.
I preferred Waterworld.
You're no longer welcome on the street.
Kevin Costner films.
I didn't choose what films my family made me watch.
But
what happened to that guy? Where is he now? He's not been in films for years. I'm
not sure. But he was an amazing bad guy. Yeah,
he was great. Yeah, I want to see him in more.
And then from there, I quite liked both the new Alien films, but I think the first one, Prometheus, was so overrated by people, and it was so built up that then by the time I actually got round to see it, everybody had tore it down, and I sort of watched it at face value, expecting the worst thing ever, but just watched it because it was an Alien movie and I'd watched all of them in the series up to this point. And I was like, that wasn't as bad as all the people who I know who'd been telling me it was bad. You know, it had this massive build-up, so talked up to be the best thing ever. Then all of the people I knew went on about how shit it was. But that's what happens when movies get talked up to be good. Your expectations are raised, and all of a sudden you're expecting this thing that's out of the world. I mean, Dave, you had that exact experience with the movie, didn't you?
Yeah.
People talking about all the deep philosophical concepts, and it's like, no. There's a couple of things you can pull out of it, but no.
It was deep philosophy for people that don't know what philosophy is.
Like Rick and Morty, then, with science.
Yeah, sort of.
Because there's so many people
Rick and Morty has good philosophy in it.
Yeah, but like there were so many people who, when Rick and Morty started, that I knew that were like, you have to be really intelligent to watch Rick and Morty because otherwise you don't get the jokes. And it's like, I literally watched it and I was like, I get the joke here. Like the Terminator joke is hilarious, where, you know, the snakes keep coming back to the same time. Like that, it's just like, that's what would happen if there was a time machine made. Like you'd just get a war happen in the middle of that time, because they would constantly try and stop each other from going through. And that, like, you know, you don't have to understand like real like time paradoxes or anything like that in order to get that joke. Like, it's so stupid. Anyway, sorry, that was a bit of a tangent. I didn't like Prometheus.
But the only thing I think that from the philosophy side,
that's how I'm saying it now.
I don't think I could even say it that way again if I tried.
Philosophy
was something that you can extract. Do the engineers have the right to destroy Earth because they created it? You know, if the Earth was created by these people, do they have the right to then destroy it? Because you quite often hear from the religious folks saying, you know, if God so wished then to destroy the Earth, and he could, he is the creator of all. But what if it was found out that it was these engineers that did it? Would you say the same thing? And it sort of reframes that question for them and puts it in a different light, and they go, oh, but you know, there's still the same odd excuses. But I mean, there wasn't this deep philosophical concepts or anything running through it. I've had too many tramadol and too many bourbons. But yeah, and then there was Alien Covenant as well, which was actually a really good sort of movie. It's
a fun,
really
stupid fun film. Yeah.
I guess the problem I had with those films is that, and this is exactly what, like, you know, what you were just saying about it, I don't remember anything about that kind of approach. I don't remember anything other than a couple of key scenes where people were like running away or getting attacked, or in a hospital chair thing, having surgery on themselves. That's literally it. Like, I just don't think they're memorable movies. They're just a bit bland, I think. And
even the original Alien movies.
No, the old ones are great. This is my thing. Like, you know, they have a very. I think the thing is they're very distinctive. The old Alien films. You know what they are.
They were again things that hadn't been seen before.
Exactly.
It's like the Terminator movies. Both the two Terminator movies were groundbreaking. You know, the first one for this whole sort of time travel alien machine type thing coming out there wasn't this thing before. And then the second one you had. So the first one was again more of a horror because it was man versus the big bad machine. The second one again became more of an action because it was machine versus machine. And the second one had the new thing as well, with obviously the liquid metal android, and then all of the ones after that have just been adaptations of those movies.
This is the thing, they're not memorable either, except for Terminator 3, which is something that came out when I was younger, and I really fancied Kristanna Loken.
But it's only memorable because of how terrible it was.
I enjoyed it.
I quite enjoyed it, yeah.
I enjoyed it because I was young. There was I kind of fancied the Terminator in it, and there was lots of gunfights and stuff, and it was like, yeah, that was a good.
The real time element was pretty interesting as well.
I don't remember that. I don't remember anything except for him holding a coffin on his shoulder and getting shot at by a bunch of people, and then
and the hand shandy to the female Terminator.
Yeah. there's a scene where she's like, there's a cop pulls her over or something, and she inflates her boobs in order to try and get away with the ticket. It's just like totally unnecessary, but that's what like noughties films were like. You know, they were like that. Very odd. But yeah, I just don't think Prometheus is. I think they took everything out that was original, and they made it very standard, modern day action horror elements kind of thing that was based on Alien. That's how I felt about it.
That's fair. New. I mean, I like the fact that they were giving a bit of back history to it, and there were some different aliens in it, and you know, it was nice to have a revisit to movies that I actually sort of grew up on, I guess. They were some of the first horror movies that I saw and really got into. In fact, out of all of them, Alien 3 was the first one that I saw. And then Predator as well. I mean, if we're going along the Alien theme, just for a bit of sci-fi.
So good.
Absolutely amazing.
Too as well.
The second one had Danny Glover in it.
It had Danny Glover in it,
and it was still good somehow.
Oh God, that film. You know what? Like the reason that film did well for me is because it didn't just copy a bit like the reason Aliens did really well compared to Alien and Terminator 2. Actually, it didn't just copy the original.
It was a new take.
It was a new take of it, and it worked really well. Like Yeah, I love Alien 2. Worst one of the whole franchise, including the AVP films, Alien vs Predator 2. Oh my god, that is awful. That is so bad.
With the Pred Alien.
Pred Alien, and then they're like nuking the town.
Yeah.
Because of one Pred Alien.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Yeah. Although Predators was actually a good one as well.
Predators was good. I like
apart from him as the main hero.
Adrian Brody.
Yeah, he doesn't do a good action hero for me.
No, he's better in like
he was good in The Experiment.
Yeah.
I thought he was good in The Experiment.
Splice is bad with him in it. I hate Splice. Splice.
Oh yeah, Splice.
Ooh, yeah.
I actually enjoyed that film.
That's because you like the sexy alien
porno.
Yeah, to be fair, that is why I liked it. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, I mean, I think sci-fi horror is possibly some of my favorite horror because it brings in two genres that I do like a hell of a lot.
Yeah,
but something I think that we should actually mention is things like the Japanese horrors and like the American covers of them as well. Things like The Ring and The Eye and all of those. I found those really, really, really good.
Yeah. The Ring films and the Grudge films, the American versions, they actually took the idea and sort of Americanized it. So they put kind of seeds of Western culture into it. They even changed the video.
Yep.
But most kind of miss what made it impactful on Japanese culture. Yep. They just copy it kind of scene for scene, and that makes it the same. It misses out on what made it good horror and connecting with the people.
Yeah. I mean, I remember watching those, and this was at a time when I did find it actually easier to watch things in the original language with the subtitles on. I mean, I always have subtitles on anyway, but I have a lot more trouble being able to watch things with just subtitles these days. I keep losing my concentration, and if I don't have both the audio and the subtitles, I'm gone. And yes, there was something so much more in the Japanese versions of these horrors. I find when the Japanese films get Americanized, they're almost so softened.
Yeah.
Luke, you have a really noisy chair. You know that.
It's not his chair, it's his ass.
I'm sorry. It's just started doing it, and I just can't stop it. So you're just gonna have to deal with it. I'm sorry.
No, Lone Wolf. It's not the whiskey sounds anymore. It's just whiskey. We ran out of ice.
Just to sort of bring it back to the main topic of elevated horror a little bit. Oh, sorry, Luke. Sorry.
No, go for it. Go for it. Don't worry. It's a point.
It's kind of interesting that you bring up sort of M. Night Shyamalan. I can never pronounce Shyamalan.
Well, that's how I say it.
I can never pronounce his name.
I can't even say philosophy tonight.
And, well, the original Alien film as well. See, that's one of the things that I know that the Alien film had a little bit of gore in it, you know, chest exploder, et cetera, et cetera. But that's one of the things about elevated horror that kind of gets it put into that classification is the camera work and the cinematography, which are always excellent in a M. Night Shyamalan film. And in Alien, it's that closed, paranoid and the big panning outside views. And they're always metaphorical, which a lot of M. Night Shyamalan and Alien is sort of metaphorical for how workers are treated under capitalism and that kind of thing.
Yeah, so it doesn't even need the gore as well. I mean, if you think about the aliens, I mean, I know there isn't a massive amount of gore in things like Alien, really, when you think about it. There's a bit, but it's not like
it doesn't
when you
rely
think about
on it.
Gore nose. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't rely on the gore. It's just there because, well, it's an 18. You may as well see what happens to them. It's not like the center focus of this particular movie.
Yeah, and I think what speaks to that is like the iconic image that I have in my head, and I think it's the iconic image of Alien, the first film. It's not the chest burster. I mean, that's an element of it because John Hurt did a brilliant job of acting that in front of everyone. But it's that scene, that very close-in scene with Ripley lying down, terrified, and the alien's face. The first time you see the alien's face with its like metallic claws hissing at her. And that is like the most terrifying scene in that movie, and it's just like, and then it pans straight to like a close up of the alien's face with it dripping and stuff. And I don't think that's been replicated. Like that's I guess some of the problems I have with the later films is that they don't make the aliens scary anymore, especially in Alien 2, where they just get run over and killed like nothing. The whole point of it. Yeah, the whole point of the alien, though, was it was really fucking difficult to kill. Yeah. Like, we don't even know if it's dead at the end of the movie. It's just out there, you know? And I think that kind of got lost as the films went on. I do enjoy Alien 2 and Alien 3 and Alien. Like, I enjoy all of them, but...
Sean brings up a point that we said earlier as well, saying Alien benefited from one thing. It was very claustrophobic. And I think, you know, this is tying back into what you're talking about with the elevated horror. You know, it's working on, you know, psychological fears and things like that. You don't need the gore there. As we said, you're on a spaceship, you're trapped in space with this alien thing, you can't get away from it. And if it didn't have the gore in it, if every single bit of gore was just panned away from you, you didn't actually see it, you know, the movie would still have the same sort of impact. It might not be quite as interesting, but the impact would still be there in your head, I think.
That's actually the mistake that I think that, although I love this movie as well, although I can't think of the name.
That's a great one. I know that one.
It's essentially Alien, but it's we've got Ryan Reynolds in it, Jake Gyllenhaal.
Life,
yeah. Like, Life was really good for the very similar reasons that Alien was really good, but it didn't quite get there because I think it focused on gore too much at some points. Like, although the gore was like really visceral and like it did make me like especially the Ryan Reynolds one, I was just like, oh. But it was more like I don't know. I just didn't think it was completely necessary to have that element in there.
Yeah, that's fair.
For it to work.
What did you guys think of the Cube films? And would you regard them as horror exactly?
Cube films.
I would, simply because you never know what's coming next. The way that they die is pretty painful in most of the rooms. And that's the whole idea of putting them in there. It's sort of like Saw, isn't it? You know, they're being punished and you know something bad's going to happen. And it's the fear... sort of, if you put yourself, like, you know, when we discussed the horror of it all, and I said about how you engage with the film and you sort of put yourself in the position, it's one of those films where it invites you to think of what it would be like to be put in that position, and that adds kind of to the horror of it.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, cool. Well, what I was... Sorry, my mind's gone blank. Damn bloody painkillers doing it to me again. It's one of those things where I've always seen it as a horror, but it's atypical to most horrors that you see. Because most horrors have this sort of big bad, whereas the big bad is the thing they're in. And so they're not necessarily being chased by a big bad, they're trying to get out of the big bad. And it's have you seen the Cube films, Luke? You haven't. So basically these people wake up and they're in this giant cube, and you got different people in there, and all of these cubes have these doors, on each wall and floor and ceiling. And as you can go into a room, sometimes there's a trap, and they have to work out how to identify whether there's a trap and try and work their way out. And I thought, again, this was a really, really, really great concept. The second one, Hypercube, sort of tried to do the same but a bit sci-fi, and I don't think it particularly worked. I don't know if you saw that one, Dave.
Sorry?
Cube 2 Hypercube?
Yeah, and I've seen Cube 3.
I don't think I've seen Cube 3. I've seen Cube 0, which was the third one.
Oh, Cube 0, yeah, the third one.
Which was like a prequel.
Oh,
and it was
they should have called it Cubed.
Yeah.
With a 3 at the top next to
it. But yeah, the prequel was brilliant, but I didn't think Hypercube was that good. Still entertaining, but they made it almost too silly and sci-fi at that point. There have been a couple of comments on Cube. So Sean says that Cube was an interesting concept, but the execution was lacking. And I sort of get where you're coming from there. It wasn't exactly the best acting, but this is what I'm talking about with what I like from horrors. Sometimes I can find a concept interesting enough to latch onto that sometimes I can forgive the crappier side of it, and I let myself just enjoy the bits that I enjoy. Sometimes
like Piranhas.
I've not seen Piranhas, actually.
Wait, do you mean Piranha 3D and Piranha 3 Double D?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. They're so bad. So bad.
And it was the old, I think it was Piranha 2 was actually, who's the guy who did Titanic? James Cameron, yeah. The original, I think it was either end of the 70s or early 80s. He did Piranha 2, a sequel to the original kind of low budget horror, and that was James Cameron.
Yeah, right. We've also had Lone Wolf request, can we talk about John Carpenter's Life Force? But I've not watched that one. Have either of you?
I'm pretty sure it's Tobe Hooper, though. Or Tobe Hooper, Life Force.
Let's have a quick Google. Life Force.
John Carpenter did The Thing, didn't he?
Yeah, and he did Escape to New York and The Fog and the original Halloween.
The Thing was great, actually.
The Thing is so good.
Yeah.
That, from a philosophical standpoint, would be incredible, especially about thinking about,
identity and, yeah.
Yeah, are they still them?
Yeah.
Tobe, a film directed by Tobe Hooper, or Tobe Hooper.
Tobe Hooper.
Yeah. Is it Toby?
The guy who did the Chainsaw Massacre.
Tobe. Would you say that's still Toby, or is it?
I've always pronounced it Tobe, but I've heard people pronounce it Toby.
Silly names, but yeah, it's not John Carpenter's Wolf. But yeah, I've not seen this one. It looks really interesting, though.
It's amazing.
I think that's one that I'm gonna have to see if I can find A copy of it. Apparently, it's on Apple TV for $3.49, but I don't touch Apple for anything. Amazon Prime Video $3.49. There you go. I might grab that at the weekend to watch with the missus.
It's brilliant. It's got a Patrick Stewart in it as well.
Even better. Everything's made better. Just put Patrick Stewart in it.
Yeah.
What are your guys' thoughts on horror comedy?
I love it.
I like it, yeah. I think some horror comedy doesn't work. I think some of it is done poorly. And it depends on the type of comedy. Comedy is one of those interesting things, because sometimes there's comedy because it's something that makes you laugh, or sometimes it's comedy just because it's unrealistic. You know, it's not...
Yeah.
It's not actually...
I think there's a lot of absurdity to horror comedy.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I don't know if you guys count it as horror comedy, but or at the very least, it's satire. Is Cabin in the Woods?
I really couldn't get into that.
Oh man,
it was clever in the way it played on the tropes, and it had the Thor guy as, like, you know, opposite to what he should be by the end of it, and you had the smart college kid who was the stoner, and the final girl ended up killing everybody, and there were clever plays on those tropes.
Well, and it's the idea that it kind of recontextualized every other horror film, because now you can see those horror films as those sacrifices in that world. Like, it kind of just made a multiverse, or like a movie universe of every other horror film that's ever existed, which is really hilarious. I find that
fell
idea
asleep
really...
in that one. I don't think don't think I got too far in it. But yeah.
I mean, it is. I can understand people not. I mean, I enjoy it because it's what's his name? The
Jeff, the God of Biscuits,
the Avengers guy,
and
Buffy guy, Joss Whedon.
Joss Whedon, yeah. Like, and his writing, I really gel with his writing. I
tend to actually. No, I really like Joss Whedon. I love the Buffys, and even Angel, and especially Dollhouse. Firefly. Sorry, Dollhouse. Oh my God, yeah, Dollhouse was probably the best thing he did, and so underrated. I wish it had never ended.
He's a bit of a knob, though, isn't he?
Oh yeah, in real life, he most definitely is.
Yeah, it's such a shame to hear all these things about him as well, like, and all the troubles that people have had with him. Yeah. What did you say just before Cabin in the Woods? There was something that popped up, and it reminded me of something, and it's gone out.
I just said about horror comedy.
Horror comedy. Yeah. So this is one that's sort of a horror comedy. I once bought a movie for £1 from the pound shop called Wasting Away, which was a zombie movie from the zombies' perspective. And they didn't realize they were zombies. They didn't realize why people were running away from them and all of this sort of thing. And it wasn't unless if someone was drunk, all of a sudden they could talk to them again because
they slowed down enough. Yeah. It was a B movie for sure, and some of the acting was kind of terrible. But it was such a clever concept, and it was funny, and
Oh, I have to say, there's a film that's similar to that. It is actually a Romero film as well, I think, and it's like, what's it called? Like Land of the Dead or something?
Land of the Dead, yeah.
Is that the one where they start to become intelligent?
Yeah.
And it's got the guy from The Mentalist.
The mechanic. Yeah.
Oh, that was so... that one ruined other Romero films. I was like, come on, this is like... We don't want this. I
enjoyed that.
Really?
Yeah.
Too hammy for me.
No, I've not seen that one.
It's
got John Leguizamo in it as well, and Dennis Hopper.
Yeah, that felt like a horror comedy to me when I was watching it. Because suddenly there's like a zombie that's starting to learn how to use the door and stuff, and it was just like so silly.
Did you ever see Day of the Dead?
I think I've seen Day of the Dead.
The one with Bub the zombie. It started there, you see. You had Bub, who was sort of intelligent. He was starting to remember his past life and all that kind of stuff.
Did see Day of the Dead.
And Land of the Dead was sort of an evolution of that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Romero's another one of my favorites.
Tucker and Dale vs. Evil is the best horror comedy for me, though.
Yeah, I didn't get into that one.
What?
Which one, sorry?
Tucker and Dale vs. Evil.
Tucker and Dale versus Evil was amazing.
I love that movie.
It was so brilliant.
The bit with the wood chipper just cracks me up every time. It was like
It was the
was that the
darkest
Jack
of
Black
dark comedies.
He dives into it. It's like it's got Alan Tudyk.
All these
in it.
college kids want to kill themselves.
Yeah.
No, I didn't get into that one.
Oh,
And that's one of the reasons I like. Do you know what trauma films are?
what films?
Trauma. Like Toxic Avenger, Romeo and Juliet, Class of Nukem High. A lot of their stuff is sort of like really low budget comedy horror, and it's usually pretty amazing.
Okay,
An acquired taste, but pretty amazing.
Yeah, I'll have a look.
I suppose. I mean, we're mentioning all these comedy horrors. We suppose we've got to represent our side of the pond and throw in Shaun of the Dead.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Cockneys versus zombies.
Oh yes. And
Cannibal versus carpet fitters.
There's the werewolf one as well. Zombie werewolves versus strippers or something like that. What was it?
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
But that's got
Werewolves
James
versus
Gordon in it,
strippers.
isn't it?
Sorry?
Has it?
Bricktop.
I don't
James.
remember that.
Is that? Oh, am I thinking of a different film?
Had the guy who
Maybe
played
I'm wrong.
Bricktop
I
in
might
it,
be
didn't
wrong.
it?
I might be thinking.
He
of
was in
someone else.
Cockneys versus Zombies.
Oh, he
yeah.
was in Cockneys versus Zombies, right? Yeah. Yeah. There's a few ones.
Oh,
in
Attack
there.
the Block as well, isn't it? That's like a.
That was fantastic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
surprisingly so, actually, because I thought, it's just going to be fucking load of chavs. And I mean, it was, but it was a lot more than that.
Rev's brought up another good horror comedy, American Werewolf in London.
Yeah.
I can't actually remember that one.
I just remember
It's amazing.
the scene. The transformation scene is pretty iconic.
Oh, I've just been scrolling through the chat. Yeah, Sean Carroll's just mentioned Shaun of the Dead. And
Evil Dead.
Yeah.
First Evil
definitely.
Dead, I didn't rate. I didn't think it was that good.
That was amazing.
And then Logan
Really?
Wolf brought up one,
Yeah.
Ash versus Evil Dead.
I prefer it when
It
he
was
had,
fantastic.
Yeah.
when he had the
Yeah,
chainsaw.
he wasn't quite Ash in the first film.
Yeah.
It was,
Actually,
the second one was a reboot of the first one and a kind of a remake that gave Ash that sort of personality.
yeah, I think I preferred it. I think I preferred Evil Dead after I watched Cabin in the Woods, actually.
That's fair.
Because I was just watching
Yeah.
it as if it was the Cabin in the Woods thing. So
Oh yeah, there's a few people who are mentioning American Werewolf in London. Toxic Avenger. I've not seen that one myself.
It's awesome.
Yeah, another one I should put on my list.
Yeah, it's good enough that I imported the DVD from the States because the British one is so heavily cut.
Oh really?
It's pretty dark. There's a scene where these teenagers are driving their car. And have you ever seen Death Race 2000?
yeah,
Like they sort of stamp their kills on the side of the car, don't they? And in Toxic Avenger, you have these teens who did the same thing. And there's this scene where there's this kid riding a bike home alone at night. And the girl goes, "You get 50 points if you can knock him off the bike." So he runs into the kid. Kid goes flying over the car. And she looks back and the kid's crawling away. And she goes, "He's still moving." So they reverse. And they reverse over his head and you see it in close up.
oh,
It's awesome.
wow. So my formulation for you, Dave, is
I like watching little kids get killed.
psychopath. I think psychopath.
Me.
Can I just say, just speaking of Death Race, the newest Death Race, which isn't that new anymore, is one of the most underrated Jason Statham movies ever.
I was going to say, was that the
couldn't get
Death Jason Statham one? I thought it was alright.
It was just a bunch of silliness the whole way through. I love it. Better
I'm
than
like a
Fast and
huge
Furious.
fan of the original with David Carradine. And I think Sylvester Stallone was in it as well.
Sylvester Stallone was in everything in the 80s.
Yeah.
He didn't turn down a project.
Even the softcore porn.
Yeah, exactly.
Another one for the comedy, the Gremlins movies, especially
Oh my
Gremlins
God.
2.
Yes.
Um,
It was pretty dark for a kid's film.
Yes.
Especially the film-stopping moment where she's describing her worst Christmas.
Oh my goodness! Yeah,
I don't remember that bit.
Yeah, we watched it this Christmas, just gone, and that scene, like, I forget about that scene every time I watch it, and it's just like,
where did this come from?
what is this doing in this movie?
Yeah. It's Joe Dante, and he was pretty big as a horror director back then, and he did the film The Howling.
That's a good Gizmo impression. I like that.
Lone Wolf has mentioned Critters as well. That was a pretty good spin on the Gremlins. With these kind of alien bounty hunters.
Trying to remember, Critters wasn't the one where they were all under the ground, was it? And then
no, that's Tremors.
No. Someone mentioned Tremors earlier, actually, and I'm glad you said it there. But that wasn't Tremors that I was thinking of. I'm just thinking of the little things. Tremors was brilliant, though.
Tremors has bacon in it, doesn't it?
Yeah,
well, only the first.
And Fred Ward.
Well, so my experience of Tremors was when I first got Sky when I was like, I don't know, like 9 or 10 or whatever. I watched a TV show on the Sci-Fi channel. And that's where I learned stupid facts like nature doesn't go at right angles. Because they're tracking one of the worm things and it like starts going across and they're like, what is that? It's going in a straight line and it's at a right angle and total bullshit. But it was
Critters, they were sort of small furry things and they'd roll up into a ball and roll around and they had like big teeth and
as
really
Wolf says, Critters was the one about if Tribbles made it to Earth. That's a good way to put it. And Ghoulies was the rip-off of Gremlins.
Yeah, it's if you've ever seen the video cover, it's like one of the creatures popping up out of a toilet.
Brilliant.
Are we off piste?
No, we're still on. We're still
just
on
talking
horror,
yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
that's all right then.
And we're referring back to elements that could be considered, this elevated horror within them. Like when we're talking about the claustrophobic elements of things like Alien, and the fact that it doesn't need the gore there, so it could be something that was actually considered elevated horror, even though that wasn't something that was around then, or at least talked about then.
Yeah. But I mean, I think examples like Aliens and stuff kind of show that it has existed for a very long time. It's just now that it's got this kind of art house feel to it, it's been given a name. And as somebody said, it's horror for non-horror fans. It's a lot of critics find it kind of pretentious to call it elevated horror because it's still the same old horror. It's just that it allows you to get rid of that thing. Oh, I don't watch horrors. I'm far too educated and cultured to watch a horror. This gives the excuse to watch horror films.
Okay.
Why do people need an excuse to watch it?
I actually think probably the best example of a classic film that is like this, sorry for my chair, is The Shining.
That's brilliant. And that's what I was talking about today with Emma, in how it's a good example of what is today considered elevated horror because it's got those long tracking shots and it plays on the psychology. I know there's a bit of gore in The Shining, but I mean, there's gore in Midsommar, there's gore in Hereditary.
It's not necessary. It doesn't really change. Like the gore that you see, like the elevator of blood and things like that. I mean, even then, it's not overly graphic in the way that you see some other things. And if that particular bit wasn't there, it wouldn't. The overall thing of the movie wouldn't actually miss
exactly.
Much, So
yeah.
Have you seen the film 1408?
Yeah.
Yes.
With John Cusack?
Yes.
That's another good one, I think. I know it probably wouldn't be classed as elevated horror because it's very kind of B
Yeah, Samuel
movie-ish,
Jackson.
but it is a very deep film. It's very psychological, and it's
Yeah.
such a good and underrated film.
Came out whilst I was working at a Blockbuster as well, I think.
I remember hating it the first time I watched it because I found it boring, and then I watched it recently, and I was like, actually, that was like that has
It's
some good
intense.
stuff to it. Yeah, it's like really intense, and like you feel his like kind of like his desperation at points to just leave and escape.
Yeah.
And stuff. I didn't like the ending, but I watched the alternative ending online, and I think that I should have gone with that really.
Sean asks if we should mention the H.P. Lovecraft influence films, for example, Dagon.
I've not seen Dagon, unfortunately.
I've not seen Dagon.
I think that's a recent one.
Sorry about
I haven't
that
seen
one.
many H.P. Lovecraft related films other than The Mist, which is obviously a Stephen King.
The Mist, that's Stephen King, yeah.
Stephen
but
King,
sort of influenced,
it's influenced, yeah. It's got like the kind of the horrors.
You've never seen Reanimator?
I've not. No.
In the Mouth of Madness that Lone Wolf just mentions, that's another fantastic one that has a very Lovecraft sort of feel to it.
It sounds very Lovecraftian because I've read a few of the. Well, I've listened to a few of his books, but I haven't actually like spent like. What I really wanted to do was find a good Lovecraftian video game. I think from what I can tell, Bloodborne is probably the best at the moment.
I've only ever seen the tabletop Call of Cthulhu.
Yeah, my sister plays that.
Oh, random tidbit about 1408. Lone Wolf says apparently Stephen King wrote 1408 whilst kicking alcohol and he was in a fever dream.
Oh,
that's kind of cool.
Yeah. So there you go. Don't try this at home, but if you are stuck for ideas, get yourself an alcohol addiction and give it up.
And he also wrote Maximum Overdrive during a full-on cocaine addiction.
Nice.
I don't understand Stephen King because he has like a ridiculous number of books, and I don't understand how he writes them all so quickly. Like he has hundreds of books, like a ridiculous number.
I think he's one of those people who's learned to sort of type with his feet and his hands, and he does four at the same time.
I read The Shining, and it's very good. I think I prefer the film. Which Stephen King would hate hearing because he didn't like the film.
Yeah.
He actually got another film commissioned that was more in line with the book, and it did really badly.
Oh, really? Yeah. Thinner as well was another one of his that I remember from when I was younger. Is that what it's
got terrible ratings, but yeah, the book is pretty good, and the film was okay.
I thought that was quite good.
If you watch Sliders,
I love Sliders.
Yeah,
we're going off horror again.
Yeah, I mean, some of the Sliders things were kind of horror.
To be fair, it delved into that sci-fi horror edge.
Well, the soldier girl, the one who escapes from the prison planet in Sliders, and she's in the last couple of seasons.
Yep.
She's in that Thinner.
Oh, really? Blimey.
Yeah.
She must have been proper young in that then. Although saying
I think it was made about the same time as
I was just going to
Sliders.
say, I watched them all when I was a kid, so yeah, no, it must be. Time is confusing for me, sorry. I forget how old I am.
Well, speaking of horrors and Stephen King, the recent It film, I wasn't so keen on part 2, but part 1 was a really good horror film.
Yes. I liked both of them, actually, but part 1 was definitely better.
Yeah.
I just think whenever it's a really easy job to kill the villain, that throws me off a little bit.
Yeah,
like
it wasn't
in the
book.
first one they're like, I hate you, or something like that, and he's like, no. And it's like,
yeah,
come on, like it should be difficult. It should be a difficult task.
Bill Skarsgård was a great It.
Oh, he did a very good job.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch Hemlock Grove?
No.
So it's a TV series he was in, and it was, vampires and I think there's some witches and things like that in there. Very, very different sort of The only way I can say it is it was different, and it had what's her name? Who played Jean Grey in it as well? She was a vampire.
Femke Johansson or something.
I have seen the adverts. Yeah, it looked alright. I think
it was weird.
A bit...
It was weird. I mean, sometimes I was watching it and I would go, "What am I watching?" But it was like one of those things that you couldn't stop watching once you'd started as well. So it was just just very weird.
Did you see Castle Rock?
No.
It was 2 seasons long. The second season was pretty crap, but the first season had Bill Skarsgård in it, and it was really good. All set in Castle Rock, Stephen King's town, and you see Shawshank in it, and all the various kind of villains from all the different Stephen King books and stuff like that.
Oh, it might be one worth checking out. What do you guys think of, when you think about horror, one of the classic things that people attribute to horror are things like the paranormal, your vampires and werewolves and things like that.
I love all that stuff.
So you're into that. What about you, Luke?
So when I was first watching horror films, like when I was younger and that, I didn't really enjoy it. So I didn't massively enjoy the Japanese films that we spoke about earlier because they were based on spirits and ghosts and stuff, and I was just kind of like, that doesn't scare me because I don't believe in, like, I was like 17, 18 at this time, so I was recently atheist, so I was like, I don't believe in these things, that these things exist, so they don't scare me. So I was just kind of watching people faff about for an hour and a half. That's how I felt anyway, rather than it being anything really kind of like meaningful to me, which is why like I preferred ones that were like, there was like Strangers. I found really freaky because the idea that some people would just come knock at your door and then just
amazing film.
Yeah, like terrorize you for a night, and there's nothing you can do about it because they've done it really effectively. That was like too much. Yeah. Yeah,
the ending adds so much horror. Like, why did you do this? Because you were home.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like, and like I think the first Purge film tried to emulate that to a certain extent and failed.
I enjoyed the first Purge.
I enjoy it as a fun thing, not as some like Strangers freaked me out. Purge was like, oh, this is a fun concept and it's a fun story within that, but it wasn't anywhere near as terrifying.
Yes, let's murder everyone. That's a real fun concept.
I actually prefer the later Purge films with like there's a I can't remember his name.
TV series, man.
TV series was fantastic.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. Really gets into the underbelly.
Because that was the issue I had with the first Purge film, was it was set in it was a glorified home invasion.
Home invasion, yeah.
And I was just like, this concept, you need to be out in the streets for it. That's where you want it. Anyway.
Honestly, watch the TV series.
What's it on?
There's only 2 seasons.
Amazon.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'll watch it then.
Yeah, honestly.
The second season was brilliant because it got into the head of the kid who was a victim.
Yes.
And then he starts gearing up for the next year, and it shows how they get caught up in it.
The second season is the time between the purges.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So, and it's how it's affecting like everybody psychologically, and I don't want to spoil it too much for you. If we tell him any more, it is going to spoil it. I mean, you've seen the Purge movie, so you get the overall idea.
Yeah.
But to go back onto the vampire side of things, and werewolves and all of that. I mean, any of you out there, if you've got any of your favorite movies, that are of the vampire and all of that sort of thing, but I think I've got a few that I absolutely love, and I think the first time I saw Blade, it was just such a different take on the vampire movie. That was the one for me back then. It was like, oh my god, martial arts and vampires. It was fucking cool.
I love like that. I guess I don't watch them for the horror elements. I just like the gothic aspect of it, and like because I'm into metal music and I like that kind of like stuff. So when it came to like spiritual, like that kind of like creatures and that, really into that. Like Underworld is freaking amazing.
I love the Underworld movies as well. Dave doesn't
didn't get
really like
into
them
them.
though.
Yeah.
I must admit though, I do love Kate Beckinsale. And
I didn't like the one where they went back in time. The one without Kate Beckinsale in it. I was just like,
no, I still like that as well. But that was the past. That's letting you know what happened. That's letting you know what led to all the other movies.
I could have just done that in exposition. Just tell me. No. Don't show me.
I did enjoy that one as well, but no, they're not quite as good without Kate Beckinsale. And I actually follow her on Instagram. She's a delight. She's absolutely hilarious. But yeah, I like those. I mean, Bram Stoker's Dracula was a bit of a classic.
Awful.
No, it was
awful.
a classic.
Film adaptation with Gary Oldman, yeah.
But the best Dracula movie. The best Dracula movie is Dracula Untold in 2012.
Yes, it is. Yes.
I've still not seen that.
Honestly,
Luke Evans is incredible.
Honestly, it came on one day. I say it came on. I was looking for something to watch, and I could not find anything. And I just went, "Oh fuck it! I'll put on this vampire shit in the background." And I was just like, "Oh my god, this is the Dracula story. This is the Dracula story they should have always told, right? This is what it is." I hope I haven't oversold it to you, Dave, because your expectations have been raised now. But that is.
I'll watch it at some point.
It's got what's his name? He plays the main Targaryen guy, not Targaryen, Lannister guy in Game of Thrones. He's got a really strong, powerful voice. He's also
the short guy.
No, the dad.
I don't know. I didn't really watch Game of Thrones. I just know that there was a guy that was like a midget version of Eddie Izzard.
Help me out, chat. He's got an incredible voice, and oh my god,
the other one in that sort of paranormal thing that I actually quite like, and I actually prefer the TV series, though I love the movie, even though it's very unpopular. Constantine.
I enjoyed the TV series.
Constantine's good.
TV series was brilliant, the film. But the film I enjoyed really enjoyed. Yeah. And I hear they're allegedly doing a second one, like a follow up of it, and I think that'd be great. I really hope they do. But I really enjoyed that.
Charles Dance.
Charles Dance is a brilliant actor.
He's in Dracula Untold. And he's not in it for long, but he's classic in it. The other thing, Revs mentioned Fright Night. I love both Fright Nights. The old Fright Night's just some like campy, like hammy horror fun. But the new Fright Night does a very good job of updating that comedy and that kind of like that what the original Fright Night was trying to get to. It's amazing. David Tennant's amazing in it. Colin Farrell's amazing in it. So yeah, if you haven't seen a new one, I'd recommend it definitely.
Just like to say hello to Twisted, who's popped in, and thank you for the birthday wishes, dude. Most appreciated. Just to clarify, I mean, the reason we're talking about like the sort of vampire-esque things, I know some vampire things are not necessarily typically horror, but horror often contains this sort of paranormal thing and different vampire takes. So that's why I was mentioning different ones. And some of them are definitely more action than they are horror. They just have horror characters in an action film. But it's just one of those things. I like the crossover, and that's why we're discussing it. Rev mentions Dark Shadows.
Johnny Depp.
Which one's that? Dark Shadows.
Oh no, yeah, that's.
I'm just having a look. Oh no, I didn't like that. I actually didn't like that one, Rev. I watched it, and I'm sorry. Sean mentions though that for being MCU, Blade was very good vampire outing. Yeah, I mean I quite like the MCU anyway, but
I'm not looking forward to Morbius though.
I am.
Jared Leto, man, I can't.
It's been taking a while though. It's like another Free Guy.
Yeah, and I'm just worried that he's just gonna like. I like Jared Leto when he was in 30 Seconds to Mars.
I don't think I've seen that.
I haven't seen it.
No,
either.
no, it's a band. He's in a band, and he's very good in the band.
But
But then he's
haven't
he's
heard
coming
that.
to acting.
No.
Coming to acting, and now he's like, I don't know. He's just trying to be so like, oh, I'm so dramatic, and it's like, stop.
Noble says that he thinks Blade isn't horror to him. It's a comic book movie like Spawn, and he can't mix up two genres in his mind. And Blade and Spawn are superheroes, anti-heroes. See, I mean, I'd still say there's those elements of horror there. They've got the horror characters in there. I'd say they're also action. They're comic book, sure, and a lot of comic book has action to it. So comic book, yep, action, yep, horror characters, horror elements. There are certain bits that you would regard as horror in those movies, but they're not necessarily typical horror in the way we've been discussing other horror movies tonight, and even different other vampire movies themselves. I don't think that, just because it's a comic book doesn't mean it can't be horror, in the same way that doesn't mean it can't be action, and doesn't mean that it just because there is the crossover as genres, I'd say.
Especially Blade 2, I'd say you had more horror elements than Blade 1 even. Blade 2, I think...
That was the one with the alternating things.
The other form of vampires that were that were feeding on and then they had to come to Blade to get his help. But they were they were freaky. Those vampires were freaky ass, Yeah,
it definitely was. I mean, it was a horror for the vampires.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's why what the element they made it is that the vampires were scared, and that they're quite powerful and stuff. And it's like, yeah.
And the third one was the best though because it had Ryan Reynolds in it, and I.
Oh my god! Stop that. Trinity's good, but it's not like
it wasn't good at all. I just like Ryan Reynolds.
I did like it, to be fair, but it's not the best.
I mean, have you seen Waiting? Not horror at all, but that was the first film I saw Ryan Reynolds in, I think. And
what's that vampire? Oh, Ryan Reynolds is great.
Twisted says there's a series of urban fantasy books where there's a sect of vegan vampires. They meditate and starve to death, understanding the inherent immorality of their existence.
That's kind of cool.
That's so weird.
That's amazing. Why didn't they feed on each other, or would that not work? I suppose eventually they'd run out. Yeah, actually, I did read a series. I used to read these books where the vampires actually fed off of each other. They only fed off of humans in emergencies. They fed off of each other because that's the way they actually got their sustenance. But I mean, that was a different take on the whole vampire thing as well.
But if you want vampire books, the best ones are Dan Rice books.
They were pretty good, yeah.
Yeah.
Interview with the Vampire. Dracula Untold is about as far away from a horror movie as you can get, though. I mean, it wasn't a typical horror. It wasn't horror in the way that we're saying things should be horrific. But what we're saying is it was a good telling of the Dracula story. And we're sort of veering off of things that are definitely horror to just things that have horror characters in it at the moment. And that's why we're talking about things like vampires. So they don't necessarily have to be typical horror movies. We will be swinging back round to pure horror movies again soon, but I like these idea of the characters, and I like the fact that they can be seen in different ways. I mean, if we think about this, Ultraviolet, the whole thing about the vampirism was it was a virus that caused this thing, and there you go. It's another take on vampirism, and it was more sci-fi than it was anything else. It was terrible, but really good at the same time. Like, I really, really enjoyed watching the movie, but it was awful.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah. I must admit, at that time, I did have a bit of a Miller crush as well, so that might have played into why I liked it, but,
I think...
Sorry, go ahead.
I think the best portrayal for me of vampires and werewolves in a film that isn't that great, it is a bit of a guilty pleasure, is Van Helsing. I think they get even though the film's not that great, they get vampires and werewolves down to like exactly what you want them to be. And I think if they did an updated version, like those styles
the TV
of
series
creatures. No, the TV series is based on the character, but not the show, not the film.
No. It's an extension. It's 200 years later or whatever. From the bloodline of Van Helsing, and
some vampire films that I really enjoy that are kind of obscure. Daybreakers.
Yes. Daybreakers is great.
Yeah. Near Dark.
I've seen that.
It's fantastic. It's got Lance Henriksen and Bill Paxton.
I like a bit of Bill Paxton.
87.
And it's got like a little kid vampire.
No way Luke would have ever seen that.
Oh, I've seen Twister.
And there was The Hunger, which Kim O just mentioned, that had David Bowie in it. That was a really good take on vampires. And Let the Right One In.
Oh yeah, Let the Right One In is classic. They remade that recently, didn't they?
Yeah, just called Let Me In.
Was that a Danish film or something originally? Like Danish or something like that?
Or Swedish.
Sorry, I'm just carrying on. So Sean mentions that I have one problem when reading the actual book of Bram Stoker. He found the ending incredibly unfulfilling. I've not actually read the book of Bram Stoker's Dracula.
It's my favourite book.
Your favourite book?
Ever? Yeah, my favourite book ever, yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, you're saying this with such a lack of emotion. I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not.
No, I'm not being sarcastic. It's my favourite book. Yeah, I love it. I think it's great. I think the way that it was written is very, interesting. It's obviously written, a bit eloquently, which I kind of like that a little bit. But it's also, all of it it's none of it's written in prose. It's written in, newspaper articles and diary entries and letters, which is really cool because it's you get different people's perspectives of what's going on and stuff. I get what you're saying about the ending. It is it does feel a little bit
and
unfulfilling.
then they died.
well, yeah, but I think the point is that the problem is, that over the years vampires have become so powerful in popular culture that to see the demise happen in that way in the book is that's all it took. But during the time, this was the first of it. Well, it's the second of its kind because there's a book called Carmilla that came out before it, which was nowhere near as good. But it kind of didn't have all that mythology to build off of. So it was very climactic at the time. So I think if you view it in context, it's pretty good. It's just now that we don't have a big fight, at the end of a story that is
Yeah, that's fair.
But it's the problem I have with all these modern Dracula things is that they create this love story between and this is the problem I have with the Bram Stoker's Dracula movie by the Godfather man. What's his name? I can't remember.
Scorsese.
No, not Scorsese. That was Goodfellas, wasn't it? Godfather.
Oh yeah. Oh god, I can't remember his name now.
And his daughter's in the second one or something, or the third one, and she's really bad. Anyway, he directed it, and he created this love story between Mina, who's the main female character, and Dracula, as if she was Coppola. Yeah, that's it. She was a love interest of Dracula's from way back when he was a real person, and that's persisted in popular culture since then. If you look at Dracula 2000 with Gerard Butler, it's still got that story in it, and it's just total BS. That's not in the book. It just doesn't exist in the book, and it's really annoying. It's really annoying to me that they've kind of created this little mythology that doesn't exist, and then they've thrown it out there, and then it's stuck, and it's just frustrating because he's supposed to be pure evil. He doesn't love. He's Christopher Lee's version is perfect because he's just a creature that's just trying to seek power and hunger, feed his hunger and stuff. He's not about he doesn't got all these human feelings and stuff. That's what makes him scary. And that's what Dracula Untold does really well, is transform him from this man that's got a lot of love into this horrible monster essentially. So
Yeah.
anyway, that's my rant over about Dracula.
Going back to something that Luke said about being an atheist at the time and not really enjoying vampires and stuff in ghost films because he didn't believe in them. What about stuff that's based on biblical allegory, like The Omen or Prophecy?
I actually really love those films. Yeah, I really love The Omen, and yeah.
I still like stuff like that though, even today.
I love it.
I do. The Omen's.
So I was going to say, I don't feel I have to believe in God or anything like that to enjoy the mythology.
Yeah, same. I mean, Damien Omen 2 is one of my favorite films.
Yeah, I've actually not seen The Omen.
Oh, it's fantastic.
It's been one of those ones that's just sort of passed me by. But yeah, I mean, I don't feel that I have to believe in the mythology to enjoy it. But I will say that there was a time, and I suppose if you were just recently atheist when you started seeing some of these films, where I'd have probably been in the same state where, well, that's just a load of shit.
Yeah,
I can imagine that there was a time that I was like that as well. I can't remember it, but I'm just saying that there's probably a time when I'd have gone, well, this is just a load of bullshit. And one of the things I liked about Blade was the fact that it didn't have that whole crosses and things. It was silver and stakes through the heart and stuff like that, but it didn't have the religious sort of element to it. But I still really enjoyed Buffy, and that did have the religious element to it, and it didn't bother me. I think you can enjoy something without believing it. I mean, that's why you enjoy these films anyway, isn't it? You don't necessarily believe they're actually happening.
For me, I think it was more, I didn't find those films scary. But like, I loved I've always loved vampire films and stuff. I think that's just because I think they're cool, and I don't find ghosts cool. So for me, like, spirits and stuff is just kind of like, they're not scary because they're kind of like
not horror, but I did like the movie Ghost.
Ghost is great.
Get Out.
Ghost is a great film.
It's
a great horror film as well. It's probably the best horror film I've ever seen. That bit at the end with the demons is terrifying. I'm sorry, but it is. You know, in the attic. Oh my goodness, that's absolutely terrifying. And then, I've always liked religious stuff. I've always liked religious-based horror films like Exorcist, Omen.
I thought The Exorcist was really weak.
I like The Exorcist of Emily Rose as well, which is kind of not a horror, but is a horror at the same time, because it's like...
I know about the actual Annalise Michelle case, so I don't like The Exorcism.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I never looked into it. I just enjoyed it as a...
Look up the actual case and you'll see why they did such a bad job.
Oh, okay. I will.
So, Lone Wolf brings up The Lost Boys. It's an excellent teen horror vampire movie, one of the best classics. Now, this is one of the things that a lot of my friends have absolutely loved, but it missed me at the time, and I tried to watch it when I was older, and I just couldn't get into it. And I think it's one of those things that if you'd seen it at the time when it came out, it would have been absolutely fantastic. And I can appreciate what they would have liked in it, but I couldn't get into it at the time. And I actually have that with a lot of movies that I like today that I haven't seen for years. For example, the original Tron. I went back and watched it again, and that was one of the worst mistakes ever because it was amazing when it came out, and it's terrible now. And some movies just don't date particularly well. But I mean, that's a great suggestion. All the same, I'm not poo-pooing your suggestion. I'm just saying that it's unfortunately one of those ones that missed me, and I wish I'd seen it when it came out.
I think there's a weird middle ground at the moment between practical effects like The Thing and like Fright Night and stuff like that, Gremlins, And then they started introducing CGI, kind of around the same time, the prequel trilogy of Star Wars was around, and it's bad CGI. And now we get into the point where it's good CGI, and we can recognize how bad that CGI is. It just ruins those movies. It's really hard to watch those films. Whereas the old films, where it's all practical effects, you can still watch it because it's still real. You can still kind of suspend your disbelief a little bit. So I think that's that's a problem that lots of films around that era are going to have to kind of deal with.
Anything with Tom Savini has amazing practical effects.
And who's the guy that did Men in Black as well? He's pretty famous for it, isn't he? Oh, I've forgotten his name. My God. I'm forgetting everyone's name, so...
Whilst you're thinking about that, Sean brings up something. Let's tap into some anime here. Wicked City and Perfect Blue. I don't think I've seen either of those, although I don't think Perfect Blue was necessarily a horror, was it? It was a thriller, and I've never even heard of Wicked City. The only horror I can actually think of that I've seen that was anime was Legend of the Overfiend.
Same. Yeah. I haven't watched a lot of anime, to be honest.
I suppose I haven't watched a massive amount, but there is some stuff that's really great, really entertaining stuff. I mean, I love Dragon Ball Z. I've recently got into One Punch Man. And even My Hero Academia is all right, but I haven't watched a massive amount. But the fact that you bring up a movie that's generally considered thriller and horror, I think that maybe we should actually have a brief discussion, and we'll get back onto movies in a second in the comments, for the differences between a thriller and a horror and why elevated horror is not thriller. So the very, very shortest version, I can tell you right now, is a horror is supposed to horrify you, as we said at the beginning, and we gave a bit more than that. And a thriller is supposed to thrill you, right? And so a horror that is elevated is supposed to horrify you without using the typical tactics of horror. Which is different from a thriller, because if you end up horrified at something from a thriller from a psychological perspective, then it's actually probably more regarded in this elevated horror way, but that's not something that you'd necessarily say from a thriller that you'd get. But Dave, could you give a more detailed explanation of the differences between the two whilst I fill my drink?
I would say that the objects of experience are different in between a thriller and a horror. Like you said, in horror, the idea is to kind of terrify you, disgust you, horrify you. So the object of experience, you get it through the terror that the characters in the film are feeling, say, or like these taboo subjects or these cultural kind of horrors that come in. Whereas a thriller is generally taking you along for a ride with some kind of mystery or some kind of escape, or there's some greater thing to be uncovered. And the object of experience in that is the thrill ride. It's the roller coaster ride, the keeping you on the edge of your seat, whereas a horror pushes you back in your seat. Does that make sense?
That's a really good way to put it, actually. Really, really, really good way. I think that is just it. Like, as you say, the thriller keeps you there going, oh, what's going to happen? And, the horror's like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
Yeah. And a horror can keep you guessing, obviously, but that's not what it sets out to do. Whereas a thriller sets out to keep you guessing, or to root for the hero in a very different way to, say, you root for the final girl in a horror film.
Yeah, that's a good one. Well, what about you, Luke? Do you agree with that sort of take on it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that think horror films have always been something that's made you recoil in a lot of ways, and I think that if you think about kind of like the video nasties from the 70s and 80s, that was entirely the point of them. They were trying to make you as disgusted as they possibly could make you.
Yeah.
And it worked in a lot of ways because they all got banned. Whereas I think like thriller films tend to be like more about the journey. I think that when I watch a horror film, I don't expect anyone to go on a journey. I don't expect character growth. Sometimes there is lessons learned in those, but it's more about kind of like like a punishment or something like that, or some sort of like so I think someone mentioned it in the chat earlier. There's some sort of level of like karma happening to these individuals, or
there's a morality play going on.
Exactly, and it's not necessarily like someone trying to escape somewhere, or someone trying to they might be trying to escape in that situation, but it's not. You kind of know that's not going to happen. Whereas a thriller, I think you're kind of like I would even count something like Speed as an action thriller, right? You want them to escape and get out and stuff, and it's like there's hope. I think hope is usually not present in a horror movie, especially the more you go on into it, because you realize you usually only learn the bad thing that the person did that makes them justify being killed later on in the film, right? So yeah,
I suppose a lot of Black Mirror episodes.
That's one I was thinking of. Just
go into the realm of being that sort of thriller, though.
Well, I think they are kind of. Yeah, I think they have.
They have aspects of all of it, No,
Black Mirror has a lot of horror.
It is horror. It is thriller. It is sci-fi. It's all of those things in there, all in one. All of their episodes seem to combine all of those things, because you're sitting on the edge of your seat, but at the same time recoiling at the things that are going on. And there is that sort of sci-fi element. A lot of it is that, playing with the psychology of the person, deleting their minds, loading them into computers, and so on and so forth. Black Mirror is... if you want the ultimate blend of those things, that is it. And
watch the first few seasons, not the latest one.
I'd skip season 5 personally.
Once the Americans got a hold of it, it kind of went downhill.
The 3rd season was okay. That's when they first got hold of it. But 4
it was
and
a
5
kind of blend of British and American.
Yeah, exactly.
And don't play that stupid Netflix game. That was so bad.
I enjoyed that, actually. I enjoyed that.
Bandersnatch.
Yeah.
As someone who plays
it reminded me of when I was 8 years old and I used to actually play those books, and I used to read.
Right. Choose Your Own Adventure. Yeah,
and I kind of get the point of it. And they were testing the technology, but there's video games like Fahrenheit or Indigo Child.
Oh my god, Fahrenheit! You're the only person other than my mate Alex who I know who knows the game Fahrenheit. That was amazing.
Yeah,
it was absolutely amazing. Oh my, Luke, can you come over, because I need to cuddle with you right now.
And what's the other one that they did? The one where the kid gets kidnapped. I can't remember, but there's 3. Oh, Detroit, right? Those games have very complex networks of decision making. And I played Fahrenheit so many times. The decisions that you made had massive impacts on the game and the outcome. Did. So for me to then play this game, where it's occasionally you get a choice, and then it's and then some there was one choice I did. I don't know if you guys did this one, but where I was talking to the therapist, and then I did something, and then she started beating me up in the I was just what the fuck?
It turned into a fucking beat 'em up game.
It just didn't make sense. It did not make sense.
It was hilarious.
So for me, it's just there's better quality multiple choice kind of video games out there that made that look like nothing. It was just cobbled together by some I don't know, sixth former who was trying to make their first video game. That was harsh, but that's just how I feel.
Yeah, fun fact, I actually made a teletext Choose Your Own Adventure game when I was...
I bet it was better than Bandersnatch.
Probably not, but it got played by people over the modem and stuff like that.
Oh, wow.
That was while I was at NITEC, yeah.
What's a modem?
Yeah, you've never heard the
I'm
dial-up sounds,
joking.
have you?
I have, yeah. I had a modem. I was born after the internet. I remember getting the internet. Don't worry. I remember mobile phones too. I remember not having them.
I did.
I remember when transfers
near as
didn't
deep
even
as
get
you.
1K a second.
Nowhere deep as you, but I did make a couple of little games in QBasic. They were always fun little things, and they were the sort of same things. You go through a store, do you go this way or do you go that way, and you have to make all the different decisions. And again, it's that adventure book.
How did teletext work?
It wasn't a teletext game for me. This was QBasic, so it was on the old BBC computers, and but yeah, or was it an Acorn computer? Blimey,
BBC Acorn, same thing.
Yeah. Like, long time ago.
Really?
Yeah. Fun sort of thing, though. I mean, like it was very, very, very entry level programming. But I like being able to do it. What?
Kimo, my god.
What's Kimo thrown in now? I mean,
modems made all porn edging porn.
Do you know what? That's a very apt statement, because you would be waiting sometimes an hour for that one boob to appear. You'd be like, "Oh yeah, it's there, I see a tit." And the thing is, sometimes your friend would send you a picture and you'd be waiting ages for it to load. And then you'd go, "You wanker. You absolute cock. Why the fuck did you send me that shit? I was so excited about this picture you sent me." I suppose I should get back to some of the messages, actually.
Well, Sean Carroll brought up a good point. Some of the best horror films are those that leave it up to your imagination and leave it up to your psychology.
That is a very good point. Sometimes they're frustrating as well.
If it's not done well.
Even if it is done well, sometimes you're like, no, I just need you to tell me what happened to it, because my mind is doing this, and that's why it's good. That's why it's good, because your mind is exploding. But at the same time, you're like, I need an answer.
It doesn't explain stuff. Like, you don't know if he's hallucinating or if, like, the ghosts are real. And the picture at the end, you don't know if that's, like, him genuinely having time traveled or whatever, you know. Like, it doesn't answer every question, and it leaves stuff open to interpretation, which is the whole point. Like, that's what a good horror film does, is it sticks in your mind. And the only way it's going to stick in your mind is if it leaves questions for you. Like in The Descent, for instance, like, what the fuck were those creatures?
But I love The Descent before the creatures. The thing I found scary about The Descent was actually when they, you know, the claustrophobic filming. Going back to Sean's point that he mentioned earlier about Alien, that it was the fact that they were crawling through these caverns, and there started being these rockfalls, and they started getting stuck and all of that sort of thing.
Yeah.
That was the bit that I actually found terrifying, because even though I don't think I'm claustrophobic, you know, I don't find myself getting worried when I'm in a lift, but I find myself getting worried when I'm trapped. You know,
yeah.
So. And that was it. The claustrophobic filming of genuinely being trapped, not the possibility that I could be trapped here. I'm fine with the possibility, because that's fine. But when I'm genuinely feeling trapped, I'm like, oh my god, right? And watching someone who's trapped really brings this out of me, right? And I almost found it disappointing when they got to the point where there was those things that lived at the bottom of the caves that were killing them, because I was like, I was far more scared. I was relieved when they were getting killed. Like, when it got to that point, I was just like, oh, okay, I'm no longer stressed.
That's how I felt about I don't know if you guys have seen the film Creep, set on the London Underground.
Oh, yeah. Timmy.
Right, so I loved Creep, and I thought it was incredible and proper freaky up until the point where you saw the creature come down. It's just like stupid. It's the most stupid film past that point. It's so silly. But the first like half an hour, 45 minutes is excellent because it's just like you just do not know what's happening, and it's just a guy makeuped up, just like the creatures in The Descent, like, and then making weird noises.
I'll bring up a couple of different examples of that, leaving it up to the imagination and leaving it up to your psychology.
And then,
have you ever seen the films Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer or Wolf Creek?
Sorry, say again?
Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer.
Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer? No.
It came out around the same time as Silence of the Lambs. It was mostly overlooked because of Silence of the Lambs.
Right.
And there's a film called Wolf Creek, which is an Australian horror film.
I have heard of Wolf Creek, but I don't know if that...
I've heard of Wolf Creek, yeah.
There are...
Have you seen them?
Now, there's like 5 different
Have you seen
films.
Wolf Creek?
Which one?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the first one.
So was that 2005?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Right, let me have a look.
I think I can't remember what the guy's name was. Ivan Milat, the backpack killer in Australia. He went on for like 20 years killing backpackers and stuff.
No, I haven't seen it, but that's definitely the one you're talking about from the one I've pulled up on IMDb.
Well, there's this scene in it where the serial killer has kidnapped these 2 backpacking women, and he kills one, and then he kind of handcuffs one and hangs her. Okay.
He's gone to check on his message.
I'm still there.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm listening.
Yeah, I think so too. All this talk of violence, you know, he looks that sort. Well, he hangs her from this thing, and then he opens up his little toolbox of torture tools. And as he's pulling them out, she starts screaming, and the camera pans back and pans out of the barn and sort of pans out as you can hear her screaming and him grunting, and it pulls back to show this cabin or this kind of barn in the middle of nowhere. There's no neighbors. It's just the middle of this Australian desert in the outback. And you never actually see what he's doing to her, but for like 5 minutes, it just goes on with her screaming and like blood-curdling screams. And to me, that's one of the most horrifying scenes I've ever seen.
Or not seen.
Yeah, exactly. And in the film Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer, it's sort of based on Henry Lee Lucas, an actual American serial killer. And the beginning is made up of short clips of him and his first victims. Like, it would show him go into a diner and he buys his lunch and he pays the woman. And then later you see the woman lying in a ditch. And over the background plays the soundtrack of him killing this woman and what he's doing to her. And you can hear the violence, but you can't see it.
Yeah, fair. So what you're saying there is sometimes, I mean, it's leaning into the point, was it Luke made earlier about the imagination sometimes running wild can make something so much worse.
Yeah, and these 2 films are great examples of that.
Yeah. Is there anything more recent that you can think of that has also done that?
No, not that I can think of. Not as effectively. These are the 2 that really stick to my mind.
No, that's fair enough. I was trying to think of any for myself. I know that sometimes I do get frustrated, especially when it comes towards the end. So what you're describing there is a scene where the horror is left up to your own mind, and that I definitely agree that is generally you make something so much worse in your own head than it probably is. And you do. I mean, humans always do it. We always do it. You don't get a text back from your friend for a day. Oh my God, he must be dead.
Yeah.
We just do it. But what I was talking about with it being when I find it frustrating is usually when it gets to the end of the movie and it doesn't tell you what happened. And sometimes that can be good. Sometimes it can be really good because you're left thinking about it and there's a lot of open-ended conversation there. And you're like, oh, yeah, it could be this or it could be that or it could be that. Or sometimes it's just like, so what was it? Because like, really, what was it? I'm frustrated now. and you can be in two minds about those ones.
Yeah. Well, Henry sort of has an ending like that as well. It shows him pull up in a car, open the car door, push the suitcase out into a ditch, and then drive off. And you're wondering what's in the suitcase. That, sorry? Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer.
Fair.
You know who Michael Rooker is?
No.
Have you seen Guardians of the Galaxy?
Yes.
He's in that. He's the bounty hunter chasing Star-Lord.
Oh.
Hang on,
I can't remember what he's called in it.
Are you sure it's not Michael Rourke? Hang on.
No, it's Michael Rooker.
Not Mickey Rourke.
Hang on.
Michael Rooker.
No, I know. I was joking.
Hang on.
Mickey Rourke is in The Wrestler.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
He used to be a pretty boy.
I mean, as we said, I'm terrible with names, so let me just load it up so I can see it on
Yondu,
screen.
he was in.
Yondu.
Yondu was the character.
Was he blue?
Oh,
blue
yeah,
faced
he's in the...
and with a mohawk.
So he was blue, and he loved him.
He's in that film. That's another horror film. Oh, what's it called? That aliens start taking over body snatch. No, not body snatchers.
I know what
though.
you mean. He
turns into a big blobby person.
In Walking Dead originally.
Yeah, he's in Walking Dead.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is he also in Mallrats?
Yes. He's the guy who got the ass handshake.
Yeah. The the stink palm.
Ah, amazing. Fucking Mallrats, amazing film. Guys, did you want a brief break? Because I need a brief break. But if you don't want one, I'll let you carry on talking, and I won't put us on. Be right back.
I could do with making a cup of tea.
Yeah. Okay. So if you want a brief break, ladies and gentlemen, we need new drinks or various wheeze and things like that. We will come back to your comments briefly, and Luke needs to check on his missus anyway. So we will be right back in a couple of minutes.
midnight, all the animals fall to their knees and speak, praising the newborn Jesus. Back in the winter of '69, my dad was serving a short time for a DUI, and I don't know where my mom was. Anyway, I was home alone Christmas Eve, and I stayed up extra kind of late to see if my dog Buddy was hugged. And he did. I don't remember his exact words, but that's not important. What matters is that a 7-year-old boy experienced his own personal epiphany. What's my point? Well, it's that Christmas reveals itself to us each in a personal way, be it secular or sacred, whatever Christmas is, and it's many things to many people. We all own a piece of it. It's like, well, it's kind of like Santa's bag. Inside there's a gift for everybody. My Christmas wish for you tonight? May your dog talk. Merry Christmas.
If he were truly omnipotent, he'd have the testicular fortitude to show himself! See? I'm just barking in the dark. No one here but me. Yeah. All right, where is it? Where's the wire? Show yourself, Klaus!
Mr. Thompson said there is no Santa. Next thing you'll be telling me is there's no dragon.
So we were waiting for Dave to come back before we came back to you guys, and Dave wasn't coming back. So we assumed that his kettle's broken or something like that. I mean, to be fair, he is in Wales, so he's probably got to wind it up.
He's got earpods.
Oh yeah, no. He's got on the Bluetooth. He could hear anything that we were going to be doing. Yeah, no. There's no illusion that he wasn't going to hear me cunt him. So I think what we should do, just address a few of the comments that we got, and then move on to actually the discussion of elevated horror, because we've spent a couple of hours discussing horror and the horror that we like and things like that, but not really addressing the topic of elevated horror. We've mentioned things that could be considered elevated horror, but still not addressing, the topic of the night. And it's a shame, because actually there's so many movies that I did really want to discuss. Things like Event Horizon, Repo the Genetic Opera, Dark City, Pandorum, 28 Days Later, Doom, Wicker Man species, all of that sort of stuff. They're all sort of things I wanted to address and have a conversation about tonight. But yes, so let's just quickly go through the comments. Damn it! It's put me down, as in gone down there. So here we go. Lone Wolf says no one has mentioned the biggest horror movie of the 2000s, The Green Lantern.
That was pretty horrific. Even Ryan Reynolds would say that.
I love the fact that he rips the piss out of himself in the Deadpool movies as well.
Shoots himself.
He does. Well, yeah, in the second one he actually goes back in time and shoots himself. Yeah, but in the first one he references it as well, doesn't he?
Nobody would make a suit that's all CGI.
Sean Carroll mentions Paprika, which is apparently something of a horror gem. I've never heard of it, but I love the spice. Have you guys heard of Paprika?
No, never heard of it.
No. So yeah, sounds like something that at least one of us, Dave, is going to have to look into. Kimmo mentions Tony Scott's The Hunger as a pretty groovy vampire movie with a cast of heavy hitters. I don't think
it's the one I mentioned had David Bowie.
Ah, yes. Okay, I've not seen that one either. Was it good? Oh, Rev brings up The Strain. So that is one that is a TV series.
Guillermo del Toro.
I really like the first season of it. I mean, it was one of those things that was sort of like terrible and weird, but good.
It was brilliant until a child had a temper tantrum with an atomic bomb.
I didn't get that far, clearly.
Yeah, it's the end of the first season.
You really didn't get that far then, Joe.
No, I don't remember that bit. I like the idea of it, though, is the fact that there's sort of these little worms that went through you and caused you to be the vampire type thing. And most of them were mindless automatons of the main parasite, basically. But some of them retain some form of consciousness. So I thought it was a really good concect.
That sounds like Faculty.
Faculty was a really good, goofy film.
I think adding the fact that it was a bit goofy. I really enjoyed The Faculty. It had a sort of Body Snatchers type feel to it, didn't it?
Body Snatchers, the 70s one, is one of my favorite horrors, like sci-fi horrors.
Yeah, no, it was really good. Kimmo mentions Near Dark featured just about the same cast as Aliens.
Lance Henriksen, Bill Paxton, and it had her who played Vasquez in it.
Oh, really? I don't think I've seen Near Dark, though.
It's the vampire one I mentioned. Another underrated vampire film is 30 Days a Night.
Oh, no, I love that. But I do like, what's his face? Who was in The Faculty as well, and Lucky Number 7. Josh
Hartnett, that's it.
Yeah. I find him quite an entertaining character.
He was in oh my goodness,
Penny Black?
No, this isn't a horror film.
No, this was a TV show.
Yeah, no, I started watching that, and
Guy Ritchie recent film with Jason Statham that just come out on Amazon. He's in that. It's the first time I've seen him in something for a long time. I was surprised to see him.
Yeah, he was big for a while until he did Hollywood Homicide and then disappeared for ages.
Twisted makes a point as well. I mean, I suppose as we're a philosophy channel, we should really address this point. He says, zombies and werewolves and vampires have so much depth, they say something about humanity and morality. And even identity, I would say, as well. I think that's something that people often don't think about, in the same way that we humans feel that we have the right to eat meat. I mean, I am a meat eater, so I'm not being judgy here. I am a meat eater that thinks that we shouldn't eat meat. I'm a hypocrite, and I reduce the amount of meat. I tend to eat fish more than I eat meat, but that's neither here nor there. The point that he's making here is, things like vampires can only survive if they drink the blood of humans in general terms. I mean, I mentioned there are other takes on vampires where they drink each other's blood and so on and so forth. But if a vampire can only survive if it drinks the blood of a human, is it moral for it to do so?
That's a big question in an interview with the vampire. That's Louis, who's like the character, Brad Pitt's character in that film, is adamant that he's not going to go and start drinking the blood of men because he was a man and he associates with men and he sees it as immoral. And there's a line from that book actually that I kind of actually helped me along my journey for atheism, which is what constitutes true evil is the taking of a single human life, because if God does not exist and life every second of it is all we have. That's paraphrased. But it's kind of like this idea that, if there's no afterlife, then life is all we have. So taking someone else's life is horrible, like the most evil thing that you can do. And that kind of leads because Louis can't believe that God exists because of the fact that he's turned into this horrible creature that's has to suck blood to survive. So yeah, it's like a really interesting kind of concept.
That's a good one that you bring up. Interview with a Vampire. I mean, again, it's not a typical horror in the way that you think of horror, but it's got those horror characters in it, and it's got those other elements that make you consider things like identity and morality and all of that. So I'm glad you brought that up, Twisted, because these are the conversations that we usually have on this channel. I know we're not tonight. We're having a laugh and chatting about horror and all that sort of stuff, and what we like and dislike. But I mean, thank you for keeping us on topic for the usual theme for Answers in Reason.
These creatures were created with that kind of thing in mind. Like when Frankenstein was created, it was a criticism of unregulated scientific research, and how the result of science, like not regulating science and stuff and making sure that we're monitoring scientists is going to result in monsters being made, essentially. Obviously, then there's a kind of like a thing about who's the real monster, the person who created that or the actual monster itself, and it's like that. When you reflect that against something like the atomic bomb, which occurred much later than the book was written, that's really clear. The monster isn't the atomic bomb. The monster's the people that created the atomic bomb. So this stuff is like the whole reason that these monsters exist is because they're reflections of reality, not because they just kind of fit into this this area that kind of like we can associate with it. Like they were created for that purpose.
Twisted also says that he's a big urban fantasy reader, and it's sci-fi and fantasy that got him interested in philosophy. And I can understand why. Because, I mean, things like horror and sci-fi and fantasy pose a lot of philosophical questions. They do question things like what it is to be human, and your identity and things like that. So it makes sense that if you're interested in these sort of things, you're interested in those questions, and you're interested in the answers to those questions as well, which then leads you down the path of philosophy. What does it mean to be human? What does it mean to be me? What is it to be moral? Should a vampire have the ability to do so, and so and so on and so forth? So it's interesting you say that. I mean, things like Planet of the Apes are things that got Dave interested in philosophy, weren't they?
Yeah, and I'm just looking up the name of the film now. It was like Running Scared or something like that. It had Bruce Dern, and it was basically 3 of the last humans, and they go out in this kind of ship, and they've got all these plants growing and stuff, and 2 of them die, and it's the last man on his own with just robots for company, and it's quite an interesting tale as to what it means to be human.
Sounds really interesting. I mean,
Silent Running.
I've not heard of it. I've not even heard of it, Dave.
Yeah, it's an old one.
Yeah, I haven't heard of it either.
If I haven't, you definitely wouldn't have. I mean, we've got 3 generations here on the stream right now. Yeah. Rev brings up one that was always... Oh, that's the wrong message. Sorry. Rev brings up one that I haven't actually watched, but was really popular when I lived out... I think it was when I was living out in America, and it was called Stigmata. But that was a movie I never actually watched.
Brilliant film. I think it was Gabriel Byrne and Patricia Arquette. Yeah, really good film. Really interesting about the idea of stigmata and how people are kind of treated.
Oh, fair. What about you, Luke? Have you watched that one? Ah, interesting. I see a pattern.
Name it again.
Stigmata. You know, the holes in the hands, basically.
Yeah, there's a good magic trick called Stigmata, but I haven't seen the film.
Can you do it right now?
No.
Well, just stab yourself in the hand with a pen, then.
I was just about to say that.
No, that's not the trick.
Yeah, but I'd like to see it. Twisted brings up something that was interesting. He says, Dusk Till Dawn is cool. It's not got depth in the same way that horror or fantasy, but it has George Clooney, and he was amazing in that. And
he was.
Actually, I think he was. Yeah. It had
and
that
it had
unexpected. Who?
Tom Savini.
Did we?
He was the guy with the cock gun. Yeah, he's the special effects guy.
Yeah.
It also had Cheech in it.
Yeah. Pussy.
It had loads of good people in it, didn't it? Dusk Till Dawn.
And it was the
Robert
lady.
Rodriguez.
The Mexican guy was in it as well. He was Machete.
Salma Hayek.
Salma Hayek.
She was in it.
Yeah. I always get Salma Hayek confused with the other one.
Penelope Cruz.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're very different.
But they have a very similar face.
Yeah, but Salma Hayek's much better. Salma Hayek's in Dogma.
I thought that was Penelope Cruz.
Dogma's so good. I love
Dogma's amazing, yeah. But I think I prefer Clerks and Mallrats to Dogma. Dogma is the better production value, by far. Dogma is definitely the better production value by far. But what he did with Clerks and Mallrats, he did a lot more with a lot less.
Yeah. I think I prefer Dogma to Clerks, but I prefer Mallrats to Dogma.
The fact that he managed to get Alanis Morissette to play God and was amazing. And the fact that Alanis Morissette used to think, before she, got involved in Dogma, used to think he was just a prick. And then she read the script for Dogma, and then she learned about the points. There was an interview with her, and she was saying, she'd actually learned a bit about what he was trying to convey with it, and it's not just fart jokes. There's actually the deeper meaning in what he's going through, and there was all that. And she was like, no, actually, these guys are really, really clever. I mean, it comes across really dumb and really easy to understand to everyone, but if you're willing to look at the layer below the surface bullshit, actually these guys are really entertaining and funny, and which is why she agreed to do it in the end.
Yeah, he hasn't made a good film in like 20 years, though, has he?
No, Clerks 2 was awful.
I like Clerks 2, actually.
No.
I did. And he's got Clerks 3
Clerks,
coming
the
out soon.
animated series, though.
Joe.
Yeah.
Joe, you're such a dad now. That was officially a dad move.
Twisted says pretty much everything Josh Whedon. Is that supposed to be Joss Whedon? I'm going to assume that's an autocorrect. I'm going to assume it's an autocorrect. I mean, I'm one to speak. I mean, I'm dyslexic and autocorrect takes me at the best of times. But Joss Whedon's alternative reality nice guy. Love it. In fact, I'm going to have to start a Twitter account called Josh Whedon that does the nice version of Joss Whedon's tweets.
You can just imagine that there's a guy that works in Target called Josh Whedon, and everyone just makes fun of him.
Lone Wolf says, is it possible to be atheist and still enjoy fiction of religious iconography and get the horror of religious cults and convincing people to do weird shit? Yes. Yeah, I mean, as Dave said, that's what we were discussing earlier. I think you genuinely can really enjoy that stuff. You don't have to believe stuff to enjoy it.
Speaking of religious horror and Kevin Smith, did you see Red State?
No.
Isn't that the one with Bruce Willis in?
No, that's Red.
No, that's No, I can't remember what the one with Bruce Willis was.
It was just Red.
No,
Wasn't it?
this one was like yeah, but Red wasn't a Kevin Smith film.
No, but it was Red.
A cult, sort of based on the Westboro Baptists, and they kidnap 2 kids, and they're going to punish them. Really good film, and it has a sort of Waco element to it.
Yeah, I think what religious horror films
Red
kind
State.
of do is...
No, Kevin Smith interview, Bruce Willis, Red State in the future.
I don't remember Bruce Willis being in it.
I don't know.
I remember John Goodman being in it.
Because he then had like a year-long rant about how Bruce Willis was so hard to work with.
That was Cop Out.
Oh, Cop Out. There we go.
Not that I'm a film buff or anything.
Yeah. So yeah, religious horror films I think are great because they kind of shine a light on the darker themes of religion. I think most pop culture stuff have religion be this quite airy kind of like fantastical, fun, happy thing, and then I think religious horror really shows the like the darker side of it all.
Have you seen a film called Prophecy with Christopher Walken, and it has Viggo Mortensen as Satan?
That sounds
familiar. But that sounds like a film I really want to watch.
It's amazing, yeah. And it's got Eric Stoltz as an angel. It's about the war in heaven, you know, like all the angels that rebelled, and they've got this soul in this child, and it's like a soul of some general who can help either side win the war if they get it back up into heaven. Oh. Really, really good.
That kind of sounds a bit like, and it's not at all like that actually, but it sounds like Legion with Jarvis.
Yes, I think Legion has some similar elements. That was a really good. Paul Bettany was really good in that.
Paul Bettany,
although they wasted some characters in that, like the ice cream truck guy with the long spindly arms.
Yeah, I thought that it was interesting to view what we traditionally see as demons as being angels. That was really cool. That was like a nice twist on it. Like they're actually angels that are like attacking and stuff.
The Prophecy does that kind of stuff as well.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I'll watch The Prophecy.
That sounds interesting. I wish I'd been writing down the list of the ones to check out. But do you know what? Dave will remember, won't you, Dave?
Yeah. If there's one thing I know, it's films. I could get a PhD in film names, but not philosophy yet.
Rev says, I was watching a documentary on folk horror, and it was a deep dive into things like Wicker Man, and my takeaway
It's
was
about 3
rural
hours
UK
long.
people doing daily things is horrifying.
Yeah.
I love you, Rev.
Also,
Wicker Man, absolutely fantastic film, one that I was going to bring up earlier.
No, you need
Wicker
to
Man
clarify.
greater than Midsommar.
You need to clarify what you mean by Wicker Man.
Not
Not Nicolas Cage.
You need to
Not
clarify.
the Nicolas
No, you need to
Cage.
clarify it, because otherwise people will go away and they'll think that you like
Yeah.
the Nicolas Cage Wicker Man movie.
Do you know what? I love watching Nicolas Cage. I love watching Nicolas Cage, but not because he's good. I mean, it's good, but not good. If you know what I mean.
He's good in some things. I think he's good in like Kick-Ass and stuff.
Was he in Kick-Ass?
Yeah, he's Big Daddy.
Oh yes, of course he is.
Dad, yeah.
Yeah, of course he is. Yeah, yeah.
Nicolas Cage is fantastic.
Drive
got some
Angry,
shoddy
I
film
loved,
choices.
and 8mm was he in as well.
Face Off is so good in
Face Off was amazing. So yeah, don't get me wrong. There's a load of great films, but like Nicolas Cage's best quality is taking the piss out of himself.
I'm gonna time out Lone Wolf.
Why are you gonna do that?
Because he just said I like the Nick Cage Wicker Man movie.
Yeah, fair. You're banned.
Oh no, I deleted all of his messages.
Oh no, don't
I
do
didn't
that.
mean to.
He has.
I didn't
Yeah.
mean to. No,
Oh,
I'm
no.
sorry. I didn't realize it would do that. Oh god.
Oh,
Bad now.
that was
Lone Wolf, I do
that
appreciate
wasn't
you.
That was a
supposed
proper
to
dick
happen.
move.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No,
No.
Luke is banned now.
Oh, no.
Lone Wolf, that was supposed to be something that was a joke, and I can only apologize. Luke, fuck you. There you go. I mean, I don't know what else I can say there, Lone Wolf.
He did say fight me, so I took that as a challenge.
Sometimes jokes can go too far.
My jokes often do as well.
That's
so-
what my parents said when they had me.
So Sean mentions that there's some good anime out there with demons, some without. Trolley Dave mentions Perfect Blue is a psychological horror in the same vein that something like Silence of the Lambs. So, I mean, from what I know of Perfect Blue, it's considered more of a thriller than a horror. And that's why we brought up the thing earlier where we were discussing the difference between a thriller and a horror. Oh, thank you, Blue Dolphin, for the new subscribe. Most appreciated. So, Silence of the Lambs, though, that's an interesting one as well. I'd not necessarily regard that one as a horror myself. I felt that was more of a thriller. I felt other elements of the Silence of the Lambs series were more horrific, but the actual Silence of the Lambs I didn't see as a horror.
I would say if anything was horror, it would be a Hannibal TV show.
Yes, and that was
more
brilliant.
horror-based.
That was
Yeah.
brilliant.
I haven't finished season 3 though. I couldn't get into it. It just felt a bit too.
Yeah, no, it went off, didn't it? It really went off.
Yeah.
I loved the first couple of seasons, and then it got to the third season. I think I got 3 or 4 episodes into it, and I haven't gone back to it. And I haven't watched the third season. I wish I could get into it, but it just felt too not right. I don't know any other way to describe it other than not right. What about you, Dave? Though, would you agree that Silence?
I couldn't
of the
get
Lambs...
into the series.
you couldn't get into the series.
No. And I didn't find Silence of the Lambs to be that much a horror.
No.
I found Anthony Hopkins really overrated in that film.
Yeah, and I
Like,
think
he
he's amazing in
overplayed
other
it
things.
Yeah.
He's amazing in other things, but in that film, he just But I mean, I watched Silence of the Lambs when I was 12, and I was bored.
Yeah, I watched Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer, and then 2 weeks later got a copy of Silence of the Lambs, and Henry blows it out of the water as a serial killer thing.
What do you feel about Red Dragon?
I kind of enjoyed it.
I like Red Dragon.
My favorite film with Hannibal the Lecter in it is Manhunt.
Really?
Yeah.
Because that's Silence of the Lambs, but with Brian Cox.
Yeah, and he does so much better as like a Hannibal Lecter. Cold, detached, super smart, unassuming. Whereas I found Anthony Hopkins to be super theatrical and super over the top and like, look at me, I am the worst serial killer alive. Whereas in Manhunt, he was the worst serial killer alive, but he was just a normal guy, just a normal college professor. And that to me is far more scary than, like, that's what made Henry so good. He was just this guy who fit in everywhere. But somebody would say something to him and he would just turn around and go, "What did you say to me?" And once he did that, you knew shit was about to go down.
Yeah, I mean, I quite like Mads Mikkelsen as Hannibal. I thought he did a great job of.
I thought it was
Oh,
amazing.
he's great. Yeah. I couldn't get into the show, but I thought he was a brilliant Hannibal.
I'm surprised you couldn't get into the show, actually, Dave. I mean, I'd have put you down as someone who would have loved that.
I did. I enjoyed it for about the first half of the season, but it just all felt kind of very repetitive.
It does get a bit. There was a point in the first season where it got a bit long. I think I was just like, this has been going on for a while now, and it didn't.
There are certain bits that drag on, and you are like, when are we going to get to the resolution of this point so we can get to this point? Because we can't get to this point until this point is dealt with, and we're stuck on this and nothing's happening.
Yeah, and it felt like they were trying to do like the old-fashioned TV show thing where there's a new case every episode, which I don't like. I don't like that kind of structure.
I don't mind there being a new case every episode. I just don't think it necessarily worked for that particular show. You know, if you're watching something, I mean, I enjoy shows like Castle, for example, or Bones, and they work with a new thing every episode. But you're watching it for that sort of thing, and I watch those shows more for the dialogue than I do than actually what's going on. Whereas, yeah, I agree. I don't think that necessarily works so well with the Hannibal TV series. Anyway,
I would love to see a Hannibal TV series spin-off though of Red Dragon or Silence of the Lambs. I think that would be incredible.
Twisted
I thought all the actors fit really well.
Sorry. Twisted mentions that Philip K. D. I assume that means Philip K. Dick. Gave him the idea of epistemology pre-Matrix. So, is what he's saying there the idea of epistemology of the virtual universe? Is that what you're sort of describing there? I mean, I'm trying to work out exactly what you mean. Gave you the idea of epistemology pre-Matrix. I don't know exactly what you mean by that, Twisted, but it's. I'd love to have a conversation about that. That's why I brought that message up. It sounds interesting. Carrying on through.
I love how this chat is just a list of films.
We should do a spin-off movie channel.
Yeah.
I would love to do that. Or not even a movie channel. We could just have a movie show. You know, if we had the time to do it. I mean, we have enough. It's hard enough to find the time to do 2 streams a week. Twisted also mentions the original Total Recall is hilarious, but the concepts still hold. Not sure about the new versions. I heard the new Blade Runner is a fine movie. So to unpack this, I mean, I know we're going across off of horror here, but I'll just briefly just say the original Total Recall was amazing, especially with the concepts. There were certain bits of it were just hilariously bad, especially graphically speaking, but that's looking at it from technology today to how it was back then. I imagine some of it was still revolutionary back then, and never seen in that way. The new version of the Total Recall, I mean, I don't like... Oh, what's the Irish guy's name?
Colin Farrell.
Colin Farrell. I hate Colin Farrell. But
he looks good in the new Batman.
But he actually, I didn't hate the new Total Recall. It wasn't Total Recall. I wish they'd have just done it as a different movie, because they didn't hold to pretty much anything of what went on in the original Total Recall movies. They could have just done it as an entire new movie. But actually, I didn't hate the movie. I wanted to hate the movie because I hate Colin Farrell and I hate fucking...
Colin Farrell's good, though.
No.
In Bruges, Seven Psychopaths.
Hated In Bruges. Seven Psychopaths was all right. They're all ruined by Colin Farrell.
Fright Night.
Not seen it. Probably shit though if it's got Colin Farrell.
Minority Report.
Yeah, good apart from Colin Farrell. Carrying on with the it says, oh yeah, so Lone Wolf carries on with what we were saying about Perfect Blue being a psychological thriller rather than being a horror. Twisted also brings up Tales of the Unexpected by Roald Dahl.
Roald Dahl, yeah. It was this 70s, 80s British TV show.
I don't think I've seen it. Hang on, let me. If you're saying
it had the dancing woman in it in the titles, and it had like a real unique kind of theme tune.
That sounds like it reminds me of Grizzly Tales for Gruesome Kids.
I've not heard of that.
Oh, it was a TV show. I can't remember. It was on like TVBC, but it was like these horror based kids like stories where it was like a cartoon and it would explain how like this kid went missing and stuff like that. Like, oh, they were really. I think Dave, you'd actually enjoy them. Just watch one on YouTube.
Have you ever heard of a show called Erie, Indiana?
Oh yes, I loved Erie, Indiana.
It sounds a bit like that, but that was like actual film, or it wasn't animated.
No,
that's
it
brilliant.
Was amazing. Though. It was absolutely amazing. It was for kids as well. Like it was.
By the guy that did Gremlins.
Oh, was it the same guy?
Joe Dante, yeah, if I remember right.
Yeah,
Animorphs had some.
Animorphs, I loved
didn't it?
I only read the books for Animorphs, but I really enjoyed Animorphs.
But like those like aliens that would like try and take over the world or something, and they'd infect people.
Yeah.
I don't know how changing into an animal would save the world in that situation, but especially something like a dormouse.
Change into anything though. Anything you touched, you absorbed their DNA, and then you could turn into.
I just know that Iceman from X-Men was in the Animorphs TV show first, and I was excited to see him in X-Men because I remember him from Animorphs.
I've not seen the Animorphs TV show. I just read the books, and I really enjoyed the books. It was really.
It also
good.
It has that guy. This is the only memory I have of Animorphs, right? There's a guy from one of the guys from Road Trip, the one with curly hair, who's like a bit of a nerd.
Sorry, the what?
Road Trip.
Yeah.
So it's one of the guys from Road Trip. He's in Animorphs when he's a bit younger.
Right, okay.
And he goes in, he's like one of the aliens, but he's good. And he goes into a shop and he asks like how much does a TV cost or something, and the guy goes like I don't know, like 15, and he's like, oh, and he tries to hand over $15, and then he's like, no, it's $1,500, you doofus, and kicks him out. That's the only memory I have of Animorphs.
Brilliant. It's like really lasted well with you, that one. Really good show, clearly.
Yeah.
Sean Carroll mentions Tales from the Crypt, a certain episode brought up being trapped in your own body. I'm not sure about that particular episode, but there were lots of shows like that, like The Outer Limits and Twilight Zone and Tales from the Crypt. What he's saying there, though, a certain episode brought up being trapped in your own body. I mean, isn't that being alive? I need a bit more context than that.
I think that was when you were talking about being claustrophobic and being trapped in Descent.
Right, okay.
That's when
that might.
That's how long
sense.
ago that comment's from.
I know. I am I'm almost an hour behind with the comments in the chat. I'm sorry. Rev mentions the scariest religious movies are the ones when the local folks want to embrace the old ways, and I think you're right.
Really good gentleman, that sounds like.
Ooh, what's that film as well? That sounds like oh my god.
Whilst you're thinking of that,
give me 2 minutes. Yeah,
Sean says that the greatest horror is literally inside the head. It doesn't need a supernatural force to enact all the time, though it can help. I think Marvelous Videos has a few underrated gems mentioned, and I think what he's saying there is definitely right. I think what we were saying earlier is some of the greatest horror is ones that allow your mind to fill in the blanks and make things worse than they actually are. No, I'm with you there. I definitely agree with you there, Sean.
Beloved.
What do you love?
Beloved. That's the name of the film.
Oh, Beloved. I thought you went, I love it. I love it. I love it.
A very South Walian sound to it, didn't it?
Yeah, I love it.
Beloved.
No, it still sounds like you're saying, I love it.
Beloved. Beloved.
There's a number of other comments mentioned coming through. I am skimming through a lot of the comments now, and I do apologise. But to be fair, I'd expect anyone to tag me directly if they definitely wanted a message read out. Blue Dolphin says, "Is this live?" Yes, it is live. We are very much live. We're just running behind things. So yes, Blue Dolphin, if this is the first time you've tuned into us, we're generally a philosophy and science channel, and we're just discussing horror movies tonight. But if you actually came through from Twitch, so sometimes I do some live gaming streams out on the Twitch channel as well, although very rarely, although more so recently since I got a VR headset. Sean mentions that his definition of horror requires one element. The evil must actually exist in some fashion. It could be the guy next door. And I think that's what we were saying with something like Cube. The evil exists, but it's the cube itself and the people that built the cube. You know, there is still some form of evil there. One of the things with horror, it tends to be the big bad element of horror. Carrying on, sorry. Do androids dream of electric sheep? That was a Philip K. Dick book, wasn't it?
That's what Blade Runner's based on.
Yeah. I've actually got that book, and I remember starting to read it, but
good.
I then moved.
It's not as good as Blade Runner, though, I don't think.
No.
I think when they made Blade Runner, they improved on a lot of the outdated kind of ideas that were kind of a bit lame.
Ben is complaining about the fact that I hated In Bruges, and he says it's almost
rightly so.
forgivable. Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, you put, what's his face? I've forgotten his name again.
Colin Farrell.
Colin Farrell, yeah, prick. Put him in anything, I'll probably hate it. I can't get past my hate for him in general. 7 Psychopaths must have been really good to actually overcome the fact that I liked that movie, no matter how much I hate Colin Farrell. I don't even know why I hate Colin Farrell that much. There's just...
It's an unconscious bias, Joe.
Yeah, no. That's just it. There's an unconscious bias there. He comes on screen and I go, I hate this. I hate you. But yeah, I mean, that's one of those things. Do you ever get those things with people that you've never necessarily seen before in anything, and for some reason they come on screen and you go, I want to punch you in the face?
Margaret Thatcher.
There's a good reason for
I'm
that,
sure
though.
there's a lot of conscious
true.
bias there. Okay, cool. I'm pretty much caught up. Beige reckons that I was more rational than that. Well, I mean, you just clearly don't know how much of a prick I am. That's all I have to say to that.
He's had a few drinks. He's had a few drinks. Even Beige noticed.
I have. It was up to there. And that's not including the ones I had with the wife indoors. So yeah, I mean, it's my birthday. I can drink if I want to.
Happy birthday!
Yeah.
You've got 10 minutes. What's the one thing that you've learned this year?
Most lactheists are prescriptivists. I've learned that moral realism is more complex when you break it down through the different types of naturalism and non-naturalism and the different subtypes of naturalism and non-naturalism, and it gets really, really, really complex. And I also feel that it's not as binary as people make it, which makes me feel that I don't understand enough about the topic. But I feel I lean towards non-naturalism more than naturalism, but I feel there are still natural goods at the same time. That's I'd say that's probably the main learning of the year is looking into moral realism past my previous understandings of it. What else have I learnt this year? I'm trying to think. I mean, things blur into one and another. I'm not sure if I've. I mean, I've learnt a hell of a lot, but I'm trying to think of big things that I've learnt. I've probably learnt that I need to step back from a lot of the conversations that I get involved with. I mean, quite often that when you're having conversations on Twitter, Luke, and I just tell you to drop it. I think they're the ones that I've learned over the last year or two that they're not the ones worth having.
Yeah.
And I can identify them quicker now than I used to. And they're the ones that I would sometimes spend hours upon hours having, and days upon days, and that you're getting involved in now. And there are a lot of pointless conversations had on the internet because so many people are more willing to argue the toss than have a conversation. I think both of you guys have seen me change my mind, sometimes on stream or sometimes had to think about something discussed on stream and a couple of days later gone, yeah, no, this is my position on this topic now because I've had a chance to think on it and reflect on it and all that sort of thing. But my general interaction with most people online hasn't been that way. It's been people just willing to defend a position. So identifying those people who are looking to either argue the toss or defend a position has been something that I've learned how to identify quicker this last year. So that's two things. There's two things.
I'll be back in a sec.
Well, you asked the
Keep
question,
talking,
so I'm not going to keep talking about that
Well,
one.
I'm sure other people want to hear the answer.
I don't think anyone else cares. Do you guys? You don't give a fuck.
Yeah, of course they do. They give a fuck.
Dave definitely doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, but I'm psychologically stunted.
But yeah, no, I think there's a lot I've learned about interaction and rhetoric, and I still make a lot of mistakes when I'm interacting online as well. Very, very, very regularly, I make a hell of a lot of mistakes, and nowhere near as much as me. But I think that it is identifying these mistakes that I make. And sometimes the mistake is interacting, and sometimes the mistake is how I've interacted. But I have noticed that, and this is something I knew before, is the amount of rapport that you have with people affects how willing to forgive people are with these mistakes, or the directness. You know, I'm quite a direct bullet point sort of person. There's this problem with this, there's this problem with this, and I can understand why people might have adverse reactions to these sorts of statements, right? But when you say it to someone who doesn't know you, they clearly react in a more negative way than someone who's spent some time, you know, watching your videos, interacting with you on Twitter, having conversations with you on Discord and all of that. And you say something that they might not like, but they're more willing to listen to it because they've got that rapport. And I think that's one of the big things that everyone needs to learn from, is the fact that we need to build this rapport. This year, I've also learned more about the relationship with certain terminology, about suffixes within ick and ist and ism and that sort of thing. I'm just going through a lot of my articles now on the Answers in Reason site, actually just talking about different things. I've actually learned a bit more in depth about certain fallacies people make, and an understanding of fallacies people seem to have. Many people don't actually understand fallacies in the same way that they actually think they do. And some of those fallacies I've taken the time to understand more and understand when people are making them. And I think those particular fallacies, I mean, when we were having that discussion with the guy that was begging the question around divine hiddenness, and how he can understand that his answer to divine hiddenness was begging the question. So he begged the question, answered divine hiddenness by begging the question, and every conversation that we had, it was just, you know. So that was a deeper look into begging the question, more than I understood about it before. I've had more understanding about different types of belief. I've looked into memes more. I've looked into testimony. Now, testimony is one of those things that I hadn't spent as much time analysing. We had Alistair on. And we looked at testimony and miracles. That was something that was really, really interesting to me. Hume's theory of testimony and all of that. That was definitely interesting. And in fact, last year, I think it was where we spoke about things like the hard problem of consciousness, wasn't it, Dave?
Yeah.
And that was something that I'd never even considered before. So I've at the very least learned what the hard problem of consciousness is, even if I don't have an answer for it. But I don't think anyone has an answer for it yet. So, you know, I'm not lagging too far behind. I've learned that psychology is definitely a pseudoscience. And
all right. Shall we actually talk about elevated horror? Because we've done 3 hours now. We've not actually spoken about it. We've touched on it, but we haven't. And me and Dave have very differing views on it. So
Yeah, but I have the right view.
yeah, well, apparently. Oh, Lone Wolf wants. You just want to get kicked out again. That's what he wants. He wants me to bite. I'm not biting. I'm not going to kick you out.
Yeah, I mean, you can't kick him out anyway when he's right.
Yeah, you'll take my spanner away.
Nah, we give a spanner to a spanner.
So yeah, okay, no, you're right. I mean, I was just trying to keep things going until you got back, Luke.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Yeah. So here we are, 3 hours into the stream, and we're going to start discussing tonight's topic. But before we do that, I don't really like the Punk Brewdog IPA.
No, it's okay.
I mean, there are IPAs that I like a lot more, but that one I find a little bit too bitter for an IPA. But anyway, so elevated horror, ladies and gentlemen, tonight's topic. We are here, elevated horror. What the fuck is elevated horror? Why is it different to horror? Horror? What makes it elevated? Dave!
We already said that at the beginning.
I know, but we're here now. Let's start.
Elevated horror is when you get a portable DVD player and you get on the lift at the bottom of the CN Tower and watch it as you go up.
So actually, I don't necessarily agree with that term. Like, I think that term's.
There's a lot of people that say it's just a pretentious term to describe.
Yeah.
I've watched superior horrors type thing.
Yeah, and I think I agree with that.
I do.
So just to clarify for anyone who's tuned in at this point, you know, the horror is something that is supposed to horrify you, and there are typical things that horror might do to horrify you. It might scare you in certain ways. It will play on your fears. It will there might be certain bits of gore in there. There will be certain things that are going on in your community, perhaps, or your country, and those fears will be played on and exemplified. And what elevated horror will do is try and do all of that from a purely psychological perspective. It's not the same sort of thing as a thriller. It's trying to horrify you still, but from a purely psychological perspective. There won't be this.
It still uses gore. It's just that it doesn't focus on it.
It doesn't need it. Yeah, exactly. Which is why we were saying that Alien would be one of those things that, even though elevated horror wasn't around then, Alien would fit into this elevated horror paradigm because it doesn't need the chest burst and other things like that. Everything else about Alien would sort of feed the elevated horror sort of genre.
Yeah, the idea of elevated horror has been around for a long time. I mean, we mentioned The Shining several times, and that's a perfect example of it. It's artistic, good storytelling, it's allegorical and metaphorical, great acting. So, yeah.
So, Dave, I mean, the thing is, like, one of the reasons you wanted to address elevated horror is you wanted to have a go at elevated horror. So I think it's now your time is to unleash.
Okay, I can see why people like it. I mean, I do actually like some elements of it. I absolutely love Jordan Peele. Yeah, his stuff is fantastic. But I find that after The Witch Ari Aster's film are all kind of predictable. And they all spend too long lingering on particular shots. They use those long shots, the people staring off into the distance. And I find them kind of boring and pretentious. I mean, how popular Ari Aster's films are kind of horrifies me. So he does a good job at, bringing horror there.
I've never seen any of his films.
Oh my god. I mean, okay. Is this my opportunity? Is this my rebuttal phase?
No.
Oh, okay.
You're in
Go on then.
timeout because of what you did to Lone Wolf.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no excuse for what you did.
I felt really bad. I felt horrible. Really, I'm sure if I watch this back, I go bright red. I'm like panicking. I'm like, no, how do I do this?
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I thought Midsommar was a beautifully presented film. Like the colors in it. But I didn't find it particularly horrifying. Like I say, I found it kind of pretentious. The symbolism was pretty good. It was very clever in the way it was put together. But Wicker Man does a far better job of producing a film about the horrors of a cult. And it does it in like a third of the time.
I don't necessarily. So I think the thing that I love about these pretentious horror films, because that's essentially what people are saying when they say elevated, aren't they? They're meaning pretentious, right?
I'm above horror films, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I love Jordan Peele's work as well. I think his work is amazing. I really liked the new Candyman film.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And I really liked Get Out, and Us wasn't as good, but it was still pretty good. I also like Ari Aster's films. I like The Witch. Is it The Witch or is it just Witch? The Witch. I like The Witch.
Or The Witch, yeah.
And I do like Hereditary, and I really like Midsommar. And I guess the reason for it is not just because of one, I think that the long shots work for me. I feel like I invest a lot more in those films. Like I get immersed in those films a lot more. And the kind of what they do really well, like there's a scene in Hereditary where and spoiler alert, if anyone's not seen Hereditary, like you should have seen it already. Joe, I'm gonna spoil movies for you.
It's okay.
You
I'll
don't
have
wanna watch
forgotten
it
by
anyway.
the morning, and I've actually had enough alcohol that I won't remember any of this conversation.
Okay,
anyway.
that's fine then. So there's a scene where he's driving down the road and his sister's having a not a panic attack, an anaphylactic shock, which she's eating some nuts at a party, and he's panicking. Her head's out the window because she's trying to get some air, and then her head hits a pole, and essentially half her head gets ripped off. And you don't see the actual impact. All you see is like the pole coming towards her head, and then it cuts over, and then you see him break, and then it's literally a shot on his face for probably about like 2 minutes, probably less actually, but it just feels really long because it's just him sat there. And what that I think perfectly resembles to me is like that feeling you have when something bad, something really bad has just happened, and you get that feeling in the pit of your stomach, and you're not sure how to react. And I think that that's what those shots are designed to do. And I think maybe he uses them too much. I think I can probably agree with that. But I think that they have a purpose, and that purpose is to get that discomfort and that kind of like that oh shit, like is he gonna look in the back of the car? Is he gonna see what he's done? Is it as bad as he thinks it is? She's not making any noise. And it's like, for me, that's like exactly what you want from that situation. I think a lot of other films would just show the impact and then move on to the next scene. Yeah. And I think that, like in Midsommar, like the crying scenes, like you said, it goes on for 4 hours. I think that like that's how grief is. Like they're reflections of what grief feels like. And that's not necessarily entertaining, and I think that's probably the problem with these films is they're not entertaining in the same way that other horror films are. They're supposed to be making you feel that discomfort and stuff. And I think that because people watch films to be entertained, they find them boring because they're not trying to experience that. They're not going. It's almost like what you said, Dave. Like they're supposed to be artistic. Like when you look at art and stuff, compared to like looking at like I don't know how to describe it. When we were talking about aesthetics and stuff and what looks nice, and then we were talking about how art doesn't have to be beautiful to be meaningful, right? I think that's the kind of vibe I get from this. It's not entertainment. It's literally a reflection of what these feelings are in movie form, and that's not very common in film, really. I think most films are made for entertainment purposes.
Yeah, see, I think that's probably my problem with stuff like that. Is that I don't actually feel that discomfort when I see these scenes. It doesn't affect me emotionally as such. So I just find this scene of this woman crying for 15 minutes. It's like, can you just get on with the film, please?
Yeah, and I get that. It's the same reason people don't like.
That's just standard.
Yeah, but I think like Florence Pugh
she's an amazing actress. Yeah,
and she does those scenes really. Like I think she sells them. I guess. I'm surprised that Midsommar was popular actually, because I think that it's not a film that should be. It's not a film that should be popular in the sense of, most films that are popular at entertainment, like Marvel films, they're made to you switch off and escape. But this one's supposed to draw your attention to the horror in reality. The horror of relationships and stuff like that, breakups. And I think the cult is a backdrop for that kind of thing. And that's the other thing with these films, is that they're what you're seeing is a backdrop for another message, and I think the horror comes in when you've like processed that a little bit, and rather than immediately, which I think is another issue, because people come out and they're like, well, I wasn't horrified during it, but when you start to actually think about what happened, it's like, oh, that's fucked up.
Yeah, I'm psychologically and emotionally stunted, so it doesn't have that effect on me, unfortunately.
Well, and that's fair enough. Like, I don't think it's. This is the thing. I don't think they're superior to other horror films. I think that's.
Oh no! I didn't think you did.
Yeah.
Look at some of the ones you've named tonight. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's a mistake that people who go to watch these films because they want to be like, oh yeah, I watch better. Like I watch elevated horror. It's like, no, like it's a different type of horror. It has a different effect. It has a different purpose.
That's one of the things I always thought about Hereditary and Midsommar, is that a lot of people claim to like it because everybody else claimed to like it, and it was supposed to be a really smart film. Do you know what I mean? And I think a lot of the popularity came from that. I know there are people that actually enjoyed it, but it's sort of like a cultural thing. Think of it in like the atheist community. I like science because science is smart, and the smart people choose science. And I think there's a lot of that kind of effect that goes on with elevated horror movies.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, to be fair, like when I went to see it in cinema, and there was a bunch of teenagers there who had obviously gone to see it because
it was
friends
popular.
had it. Yeah, it's popular. And then they were like, they came out and they were like, I don't get it. It was really boring. And I was just like, you didn't come knowing what it was going to be like, or knowing the director or something. And I think that you have to almost force yourself to immerse yourself in it. Like, you can't be distracted during the movie. That's the only problem with that. And they are quite long, or they feel quite long because the pacing is so slow.
I watched the Midsommar director's cut straight off the bat, and it was like 4 hours.
Oh my goodness. I mean, no wonder you didn't enjoy it. I don't think I'd enjoy that.
It was, yeah. I'll tell you what killed Midsommar for me. There's the scene where they go on the plane.
Yeah.
Right? And she goes to the bog. And I said, she's going to go into that bog and she's going to come out of an outhouse in Sweden. And that's exactly what happened. And it just became comedy for me after that.
That's fair enough.
I mean, it's not as bad. Have you seen The Lodge?
I haven't seen The Lodge. Is that Ari Aster?
No. I don't think it is. It's the one about the stepmother takes the kids to the lodge and they trick her into thinking that they're actually in purgatory, and they don't realize the stepmother actually has psychological problems because she was raised in a cult, and she goes insane and she like kills the husband because she thinks it's a demon in purgatory. Midsommar wasn't as bad as that. It was such a boring film, we actually forgot that we put it on. You know, when you look up at the TV and go, oh, fuck yeah, we're watching that. There was a scene where it actually took like a minute and a half to track down a hallway.
Oh my god. Yeah, see, that's like, I think those directors need to be very careful with their choices, because there is an element of like they're gonna do that thing too much that it's gonna fail. Like if you want a long shot, don't make every shot a long shot, you know, because your pacing is gonna be off, and you're gonna like lose the moment that the long shot actually is necessary. Like the car scene in Hereditary, right? That long shot was perfect because it's exactly where it needed to be.
It was used well then.
Yeah.
And the same of him getting out of the car and going into his bedroom.
Yeah.
Not telling his parents, just going straight to the bedroom to kind of...
And then they come out to the car.
Yeah. That was good, but I think he overused it a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, and I can agree with that, definitely. Wow, we've reached an agreement, Joe.
I don't believe it. I'm just willing to let you guys carry on arguing. I have to admit, I was just checking back on an earlier Facebook conversation that you got involved with, Luke, about when this because we multicast, so most of our viewers come in from things like YouTube, but we also broadcast to Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter. And when the schedules post, there was someone that was just like, I think the word you're searching for is thriller. And a couple of people got involved with it, like, yeah, it's like they don't have a dictionary. They don't know what they're talking about. And I've just read the evolution of the conversation, and I've tried to explain that there's a little bit more nuance between elevated horror and thriller. And it was generally not accepted. And the last thing I just saw was that, after explaining the difference between a thriller and elevated horror, was that's still the word you're searching for, and your rambling response didn't change that. I get that it's cool to try and reinvent the wheel, and convince everyone that it hadn't been done by anyone before, but my statement stands despite that. And it's like, right, okay. The whole point of tonight was to say that actually elevated horror has actually been done for a long time, which is why we mentioned things like Alien, right? So you've really missed the point by just jumping in, right? There has always been elements of elevated horror, even though people have just invented the term 10 years ago or whatever it was. The point of the elevated horror was it doesn't use the typical horror things, the gore and stuff like that. And it really amuses me that there are some people that are... I mean, this is something that's trivial. It is quite trivial at the end of the day. But they're so determined to be right. You're like, look, this is what this means. This is what it's talking about. Here's a stream about it. You're a fucking idiot. Because
before the stream even came out as well, that's what was like. That's what annoyed me. Like, and I'm happy to say I was annoyed by it because it was annoying. And then also they were wrong because Midsommar is not a thriller. It's just not.
It's Hereditary.
Hereditary's not.
Yeah, I suppose you could kind of call it a thriller.
Yeah,
near the end.
Element.
but it's not a thriller. It's about loss of identity and about white people stealing black culture, like literally in this case.
Yeah.
The Witch definitely isn't a thriller.
Candyman's not a thriller.
Candyman's not a thriller.
There are certain people that just generally want to be right.
Hang on.
No, carry on.
Saying that elevated horror is just a thriller because both use psychology to scare you is like saying a dog and a table are the same because they both have 4 legs.
Well said. I think we should cut just that bit out and then
send it to him.
Yeah. Yeah. We need to get involved in those shorts anyway, Dave, and that's a good way to get involved. Just that bit right there, right at the end.
If you snip out something I say that's clever, you'll get at least 1 short every 6 months.
That's a new short as well.
Yeah. There you go, 2 in 1 stream. Yeah. You don't have to say anything clever for another year, Dave.
That's good because I'm not sure I'm capable.
But yeah, I've actually put a link to that conversation.
So you can go dogpile him.
It's not so you can dogpile, but it's a public post so that you can just view and understand what where we're coming from with this. You understand tonight's stream. If you've watched it end to end, especially, it's been talking about horror and how this elevated horror concept has been around for more than the coining of elevated horror, but it's also a different concept to thrillers, and these people just think because it's psychological it's thriller. Well, no. No.
Changing the subject slightly, because I just got this thought and I'll have to say it now. Something I really can't stand though is like Hollywood horror, like The Conjuring, Insidious. There was another one that
I hate the Warrens.
They're just boring. They're just
Milky Eyes, The Unborn. Anything like it's just so lazy. It's formulaic. It doesn't add anything. It doesn't have any kind of meaning behind it. It's just plain like, oh, here's a ghost that kills people, and it's in a dull, creepy jump scare. Like, it's rubbish.
Don't use slant, Chucky. I will reach through my screen and slap you.
What's that?
Child's Play.
Child's Play kills
people.
Oh no, I meant Annabelle.
Yeah, Annabelle. Yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah, Annabelle, The Conjuring, all of that series. Paranormal, I didn't like. Found it boring. I
liked the first original director's cut of Paranormal Activity.
Oh yeah, Paranormal Activity.
It had a nice dark ending. I don't think
I saw the director's cut because I saw the theatrical cut in the theater, and then I was just like, no,
that was pants, absolute pants. Yeah. I tend to go more for either the really wacky out there kind of horrors, or the more kind of allegorical horrors. I like my horror. I usually watch one every night before bed.
Oh, nice.
Because I'm a bit strange.
I don't watch horrors that much anymore because I don't know why really. I feel like I find it really hard to find one that I enjoy because it's so easy to make a bad horror.
Oh yeah,
like Insidious and stuff. I think Sinister was just about.
Sinister was fantastic.
Do you think it was fantastic? Oh,
yeah, I really love the atmosphere of it and kind of the way it builds up, and I love the idea that the true horror can come out of the screen and take you.
Right.
Art influencing life, like kids being motivated to kill people based on... You get like the kid who ended up becoming so obsessed by Dexter that he started going out and killing people. And I love that as an allegory for the fact that film can contain an evil that can come out and affect the real world.
That's true. I guess I watched that film that came out around the same time as Insidious, didn't it? And that kind of those kind of movies. I can't
Yeah,
remember.
Insidious was fucking horrible.
Yeah, and then I think I might have just like associated it in my mind. Maybe I need to rewatch it. If you say it's good,
Don't watch the second one, but the first one was really good, especially if you sit there and pay attention to it.
Maybe I was switched off on it. Yeah. But
And
yeah,
going back to found footage, there's a couple of good ones. I can't remember what it's called now, but there's one about a vampire. It's these kids going on tour of Europe, and one of them gets attacked, and it's by a vampire, and he slowly becomes a vampire over time.
Oh.
And it's captured through found footage, and it's pretty well done. And have you seen As Above, So Below?
No, but I've been meaning to watch that one. Yeah,
That's
is
good.
That
If you like
one?
stuff like The Descent.
Is that the Catacombs?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been meaning to.
And she's looking for the Holy Grail.
Yeah. I really liked Troll Hunter.
Amazing film. Amazing.
That's one of the best found footage films ever. So have you seen Troll Hunter?
No.
Oh my goodness, you need to see it.
I think you need to come over here and make me watch it.
Oh, is that a date?
Yeah.
The director of Troll Hunter did something else recently.
I'll let you play with my thingy.
No.
You like zombie films?
I like zombie films that are. I think I have the same opinion of zombie films.
Kind of looks like a sex story, doesn't it?
Oh my goodness! Oh right, we are. That's what you meant.
Yeah, that's true.
I think
Have you seen Dead Snow?
No,
Yes.
I haven't.
Amazing film.
I have. Yeah.
Another
I think it's
Norwegian
really-
horror. That
Oh, Norwegian horror seems to be quite good.
The Autopsy of Jane Doe. That's the thing.
With Brian Cox.
Yeah.
Well,
That's the guy that did
scientist.
Troll Hunter.
That film is amazing. That
It's
film
amazing,
is
isn't
so good.
That was one
lit-
I wanted to watch.
So watch it. It's so good.
He also did Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark.
That was more recent,
That came
wasn't
out, what,
Yeah.
3-4 years
A
ago?
couple of years ago, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one yet.
That was pretty good. For a kid's horror.
No, I definitely, yeah. I planned to watch that one, but yeah. Never mind.
Yeah, the Autopsy of Jane Doe, I think, is probably I mean, that seems just it's ridiculous.
So, what's the weirdest thing you can do with a body part, Luke?
Eat it.
Go on then.
Give me a body part.
Any body part that you have, what's the
I don't know
weirdest
what. Oh, you mean on me? I thought
Yeah.
you meant like what was a weird act to do with a body part?
And,
There's not much I can do that's weird actually.
well, you're disappointing.
I have a
Dave,
fairly
you're-
normal body.
Dave, what can you do? Dave can eat an onion and produce a schnitzel.
I can eat bread and lose about 6 stone in a month.
What?
Yeah, if I eat bread, yeah, my insides will swell up, and I've been hospitalized several times for it. I went from 14 stone to 7 stone when it happened.
Oh my goodness! Oh my
Over the space of a month.
Jesus. You're like a what's that? People used to put like what is it?
I wish
vinegar
I
on
could do
bread
that.
and give it to pigeons. You're like a pigeon.
Yeah. Have you seen The Machinist?
Yeah, I've
Weird.
seen The Machinist. Yeah.
I look like him.
Oh my goodness.
Ah.
I can do this.
Wow. Oh, you can do a triple tongue.
Yeah, I can also do this with my eyes.
You can't do that with their eyes.
What?
You can't do that with their eyes.
Most people can't.
You're just
yeah.
putting one eye forwards and one eye in.
Some
Like
people,
this.
Some people struggle.
I do it. I don't know if I do that.
But yeah, I mean,
I need
just
to look at that on the screen.
There's the delay. There's the delay.
Yeah.
And
You're gonna make that every like thing that I'm in now. You're gonna put that one.
I got that screen catcher there. That's amazing. But ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to anything weird that you can do with your body. There's something else I can do. This knuckle here, it goes backwards on itself, right? So I go like this. Can you see? It goes inwards. Can anyone else do something like that? I'd like to see any weird things that you can do.
The fact that you can bend your last knuckle, like that was a big thing. My sister learned how to do that. Just bend the last knuckle without the other knuckles.
Well,
yeah, that's weird. You shouldn't be able to do that.
I shouldn't be able to do that.
No, I don't know. My sister learned how to do it.
You know that's a hand sign for gangster disciples.
What's this a hand sign for?
Close enough.
Can you also do this one?
What, fold your eyelids in?
Yeah. This is how I got my wife.
Now I've got a screenshot. Now I've got a screenshot of you, man.
Love it.
I
can also wiggle my ear. Look.
You know what that means?
That I'm super sexy.
That you're primitive.
He is human simplicity.
I can't wiggle my ears, and therefore I'm more
You're
evolved.
so advanced. You are so advanced. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which one of us is married?
Marriage is
Marriage is an outdated concept.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Women.
Which one of us has a VR headset?
You're the misogynist.
I didn't want to get married. She forced me to. I'm kidding. It was completely consensual, I swear.
You want to record that and take it out of context. You sound like Prince Andrew now.
Oh, no. No.
I gotta love saying dumb shit on air.
That's what our streams are for.
Is it not? I mean, if we don't entertain you and say dumb shit whilst providing some sort of context of something to think about, then what are we even doing? If we haven't made you laugh a couple of times throughout the night, then I really apologize, because I mean that's what we're first and foremost here to do. Entertain you and make you have a little giggle.
We're not an education channel. We're just we're I don't know how to describe it.
We are an education channel. We educate people on how not to be.
Craig is here. Craig's asking us if it's still live.
Are we still live? We are.
Send it into madness, though, Craig.
We're literally at the point where we're probably going to be ending soon. So
you say that, but you're drunk and you're just going to end it like four times. It's going to take 2 hours.
Yeah, but I haven't taken the Mandy this time, so I'm. Yeah. Persona. What's he saying? Oh, I mean, come on! Don't talk about Odd Ducks. I actually, speaking of Odd Ducks, used to have a review site called Odd Duck Reviews, and a cooking channel called Hungry Duck Reviews. But Pasolini was an odd duck. Salo cements that reputation. I mean, I've got no clue what that has to do with anything that we were discussing just then, but Dave might know what he's talking about.
We're talking about a film that's considered one of the most disturbing films ever, called Salo, 120 Days of Sodom. Where it has fascists in the fall of fascism in Italy, and they kidnap a group of teenagers and take them to a nice big huge mansion and abuse them, make them eat shit and drink piss and that kind of stuff.
Sounds erotic.
It's proper elevated horror.
Oh my god.
It's a pretty hard watch. And it's beautifully shot. It looks like an actual proper artistic film. The contrast is kind of even more horrific.
Sounds like one that I might skip, Dave.
Yeah, most people do.
I'll tell you a film that I actually really enjoyed, that I was a bit shocked that I enjoyed it.
Legend of the Overfiend.
Would You Rather?
Would you rather?
It was okay. It was a bit of a waste of the concept to some degree.
It was,
but it was good. It had Jeffrey Combs in it.
Yeah, I just went in thinking it was just going to be like a switch off and don't really give a crap. Like, it's going to be crap. But it was actually like, it wasn't terrible. Like, yeah, it's worth watching. Just.
It also had the Crab Man in it, if you watch My Name is Earl.
I did watch My Name is Earl, but I didn't watch all of My Name is Earl. I probably watched maybe the first season or two.
Craig,
get
out here with your blasphemy. You're saying Midsommar was only decent.
Craig
even rate it
mentioned what movies did we talk about? I mean, could we actually mention what movies we talked about? I mean, I could briefly tell you.
No, we can't do it. It's too long. There's too many.
So we spoke about the Alien movies, from Alien all the way up to all the Alien movies. We mentioned Predators. We mentioned the Japanese movies like Ring and The Eye. There was the Cube movies. There was the we skipped past the Saw movies, but they did come up briefly. Dave mentioned them.
That's because they're not very good.
There was the It movies.
Yeah, I agree.
The Gremlins movies, the Hellraiser movies. We mentioned Gornos like Hostel. The Thing, The Shining. Thinner. We mentioned loads of different vampire movies, like the Underworld series, the Blade series, Bram Stoker's Dracula, Dracula Untold, Constantine. We didn't mention Event Horizon, which we should have mentioned, because Event Horizon...
I mentioned it.
No, we mentioned that we didn't mention it earlier. So that was the only mention that we should have mentioned it.
That counts, though, doesn't it? That's
and we also didn't get to talk about Texas Chainsaw Massacre or Last House on the Left.
We didn't talk about Repo, the genetic opera, a musical horror. Like, I mean, Zydrate comes in a little glass vial. Yeah, none of that sort of shit came up. I mean, fucking hell.
Little Shop of Horrors we didn't talk about.
Little Shop Horrors.
We talked about Wall-E.
We did, and Short Circuit.
Loads of horror comedies like
Wasting Away,
Evil, Shaun of the Dead. We talked about Cabin in the Woods
versus Zombies.
We also talked about loads of films that aren't horrors. Like an incredible amount of films that aren't horrors. Like most of the Kevin Smith films. We talked about religious-based horror films like The Exorcist, and The Exorcism of Emily Rose, and The Omen.
We basically spoke about a lot of shit, Craig.
Yeah.
I mean, there is no way we can cover it all off in a summary for you.
And then we finally talked about elevated horrors, like Get Out and Hereditary.
I will say the first 3 hours of the stream was talking about horror, and then we spoke about elevated horror for about 20 minutes. For a stream that was about elevated horror, that just explains our lives right now, doesn't it?
It was very similar to just how we were like reeling off films then. We would be like, oh yeah, and then there's this film. Oh yeah, there's this film. Like, we were just naming films we know.
I mean, we enjoyed ourselves, and I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves.
And that's the chat as well. It's just a list of films.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm going to look back through this though, because it seems like there's loads of films.
Well, you're going to look back through it, but you fucking deleted all of Lone Wolves. Prick.
I cannot be held responsible for my actions. Absolute power corrupts.
Are you saying we live in a hard determinism world?
Yeah. You convinced me of that a while ago, Dave.
That's the true horror speaking to me.
We didn't talk about Rob Zombie. What is that? Devil's Rejects and the new Halloween film.
House of a Thousand Corpses.
See, I'm not sure. Like, without meaning to sound rude, I'm not
Three
sure I
from
rate
Hell.
those movies.
I really liked House of a Thousand Corpses. It got a bit boring near the end, but for about the first 2/3, it was really good.
I think the question is, would anyone like to see us write and produce and film our own horror movie?
Lords of Salem. Lords of Salem was a really good Rob Zombie film.
I think he. And correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, because you probably remember his films a lot better than I do. But I feel like as he went on, they just got more like just gory. Like they just seemed to be around gore, and that's about it, really.
Yeah, Lords of Salem wasn't like that though. It was very character driven and story driven. Do you know who Dario Argento is?
Mm.
Oh, very much like Dario Argento. And see, we didn't get a chance to discuss him either in the giallo genre.
Yeah, I think I haven't seen Rob Zombie's Halloween version either, but I heard it's not very good.
They were okay, but you can't really beat John Carpenter when it comes to that kind of stuff.
What about the newest ones? Because they're not. Who's directing them?
I don't know. I liked Halloween Kills. That was a fun ride, but it wasn't a Halloween film. Yeah.
Oh, was it not?
I
Well,
mean,
they've changed the timeline again.
It was
they?
more Jason-y than it was Michael Myers-ish.
That happened since like Halloween Resurrection,
H2O.
though. H2O, yeah. Yeah, they
where they had Coolio doing Kung Fu.
Kung Fu.
I think it was Coolio.
Halloween H2O is another one set in the house where they're doing
the live stream.
That's the first Halloween film I ever watched, and it's so stupid. I've got a special place in my heart for that though, because it's the first Halloween film that I've watched.
Chainsaw Massacre is coming out tomorrow. The new one on Netflix.
I wonder how they'll do it differently.
Do you know
Dave,
what? Kemo's just mentioned Planet Terror, and actually that was on my list of ones to bring up
That's
tonight.
a Robert Rodriguez film, isn't it?
And I actually didn't bring it up because there wasn't time to bring it up. But the fact that Kimo mentioned it, it was even in the list that I sent you, Dave, originally. Do you remember?
Yeah.
And I was just like, those B movie type horrors that are really entertaining. So we're not going to go into detail about Planet Terror right now because we're at the end of the stream. But I'm really, really, really glad that you brought that up, Kimo. Thank you.
That's my chair. Sorry.
You say that. But yeah, I mean, I think that we've discussed a hell of a lot of differences between horror, and I think that we understand that elevated horror is actually a concept that's been around quite a bit longer than the term has been around.
Mm.
And I think there's a lot of good horror that has this elevated horror part of it, and I think good horror could survive without a lot of the other parts of it. I mean, a lot of good horror is elevated. Yeah, I can't help but say it in that way. I'm sorry. I find the fact that people say elevated horror in that elevated horror. No, it's. We go back to the films, like we mentioned at the beginning, like Alien, that do have these elevated components to them. It's absolutely fantastic. There are some seriously good parts to horror. And there's also some dumb parts to horror. Horror can be very entertaining without the elevated elements. And I think a blend of all these different elements are great as well. I also think certain parts of horror are overplayed. there are some that are thought to be, the modern elevated horror is perhaps thought to be much better than it is. At least from what I've heard, because a lot of what is known to be elevated horror, I haven't actually seen. So I can't really say one way or the other. But Luke, from your perspective, from the modern elevated horror, what would you say was actually a good film to check out?
That's a good question. Let me pick one. I would say Midsommar.
And that is one that Dave would turn around and say no.
Don't watch the director's cut, though. Don't watch the director's cut. Watch the theatrical cut.
Yeah, I've got one more thing to add to my commentary in Midsommar.
Okay, so
I think Get Out as well. If you haven't seen Get Out is incredible.
Yeah.
So out of those two, which is the better?
Get Out is better than Midsommar.
Okay, so Get Out. So this of the modern, I should go and watch Get Out with the wife, and report back to the pair of you and let you know what I think. And
I would say
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
okay.
Get Out's amazing.
All right. Get Out.
He's also got a new film coming out.
Ooh.
The trailer dropped yesterday or the day before. I can't remember what it's called.
Also, side note,
Dave,
Lone Wolf also makes a mention that Foo Fighters are making a comedy horror flick where Dave Grohl gets possessed and goes solo or some shit. I've actually seen something on that, actually. It looked like a really dumb comedy horror that I think I would absolutely love watching. I mean, it looks like it's absolutely stupid, right? But if you can take a dumb comedy horror for being a dumb comedy horror, you'll love it. So I'm looking forward to that one.
Dave, have you seen Antebellum?
Yeah, it was very disappointing.
Is it? Because the trailer looked amazing.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It was kind of disappointing, though. Because it had this sort of virtual reality kind of thing going on and two worlds blending into one. But it was really just this place where they kidnapped and took women and lived like they were still in antebellum times.
Right.
There is a new film coming out, though, called Lucy, I think, or Alice. And that's got a similar kind of vibe, but it's done in the style of blaxploitation films.
Oh, okay.
And have you ever seen the TV show Scream Queens?
I've seen like some of it, but not all of it.
It's got one of the actresses from that in it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was going to watch Antebellum, and then we looked at reviews, and they said they weren't good, so we put it off.
Yeah, it wasn't particularly good. It was a waste of a good idea.
That's a shame.
I've also just posted the new Jordan Peele.
Jordan Peterson movie.
Yeah, Jordan Peele film trailer in the WhatsApp group. It's called Nope.
Oh, brilliant. Nope. It's going to be good. He was the director of... Oh, no, he was the producer of Candyman, wasn't he? He produced it.
Yeah.
I didn't realise he was a comedy actor.
Yeah, and he's fantastic. Have you not seen the film Keanu? Fantastic. Have you not seen the film Keanu? It's brilliant. It's a comedy. Have you not seen the guy Keanu? The dog's brilliant. It's a comedy. Have you not seen the guy Keanu? The dog's brilliant.
So it's like a reverse John Wick.
Yeah, sort of.
I think Lone Wolf is trying to trigger you guys here. He says
he is. He wants me to block him again.
Elevated horror has been around forever. Back in the day, 70s and 80s, they just called them thrillers.
Then he's trying to showed me by saying I prophesied he would answer Midsommar.
Yeah, but I mean, I thought that's what you were going to say too. To be fair,
I did say it partly to annoy Dave, partly because I do think it's a good film and it's worth having a look.
It looks beautiful.
If you haven't. I mean, the drug parts are like some of the best like drug scenes I've seen in films for a while.
So what
Easy,
you're telling me
Roger.
we should take drugs?
No, I'm telling you, you should watch Midsommar and then pretend you're taking drugs.
That doesn't sound as good.
Whatever you do, do not take drugs and then watch Midsommar. That will really fuck you up. That will mess you up so badly.
I took a bunch of acid and watched Cannibal Holocaust and Faces of Death.
Yeah, but that was like 40 years ago, Dave.
Yeah.
That's why he only got out of prison last year, because he wasn't watching anything.
My hair still hasn't even grown.
Guys, did either of you want to present anything else tonight about horror or elevated horror?
No, just
No.
go watch all horror because it's the best genre.
Horror is a great genre to get into.
And sci-fi, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I like the blend of sci-fi and horror, especially when it's more realistic sci-fi in the sense that it's sci-fi in the science possibility rather than science fantasy.
What was your take on 2001: A Space Odyssey then? Because that had horror elements in it.
I've not watched it, so I couldn't tell you.
What?
I love 2001.
Joe, that film's older than me. Have you not seen it?
It is.
That
I mean,
film's older than me.
2001. Like, I mean, that's way before you were born.
I'd say the first like half an hour of 2001: A Space Odyssey is boring as fuck, but then it gets into it and it's good.
No, I've not seen it. I'm sorry. The trailer looked like it was something out of Babylon 5.
No, it's better than Babylon 5. I can tell you that for nothing. My dad used to watch Babylon 5. That's the worst Star Trek. They don't even call it Star Trek Babylon 5 because it's so bad.
It's not supposed to be Star Trek.
It is, isn't it?
No.
I swear it is. What am I thinking of?
I think you're talking
DS9?
about Deep Space Nine. Deep Space Nine.
No,
yeah.
I might be
But,
thinking
I
of
mean-
Deep Space Nine.
Babylon 5 wasn't Star Trek. I thought you
No.
were joking.
Yeah, I
Maybe
thought you
I'm
were
mixing
joking
it
as well. No, Babylon 5 wasn't supposed to be the Star Trek universe.
Oh my god.
It was J. Michael Straczynski.
Do you know what I'm mixing up? I'm mixing up two things together in my brain. I was very young when I was watching these, by the way, so...
And you still are, so it's okay. Everything's forgiven.
Like, yeah, like... I don't know, Deep Space Nine. Is that the one with the big ears? The guy with the big ears? Yeah, I'm mixing those together. Like, not only did I remember those characters having interactions.
Interactions.
This is what drugs do to your brain, folks.
Yeah, man. Now
This
I
is
feel
what happens
stupid.
when you watch
Now
Enjoy
no-
Midsommar.
Now no one
It goes
here
on
over-
for so long that all your memories mash together pre-Midsummer.
No one over the age of 35 is going to take me seriously now.
What no one realizes is that's actually Philip. And it's all his fault. Brilliant.
Babylon 5 is still the worst Star Trek. I almost said Star Wars then.
It's the worst Star Wars as well.
Yeah.
And I thought I was the piss one tonight.
It's late, man. It's late.
Turns out that, yeah, Luke. Awesome. Guys, thank you very much for tonight, and especially to our audience for interacting with us the way they have. The number of suggestions that you've come up with, and the amount of trolling that you have done, especially the amount of cunting you've done onto me, has made my birthday feel incredibly special. So thank you very much. But yeah, tonight has been really interesting, and I think we'd agree that the concept of elevated horror is not a new thing. It's been around within horror for a very, very, very long time. And it's just the last decade or so they've decided to coin a particular name for it. I mean, would you both agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a new trend in horror filmmaking, so they have to kind of categorize it in amongst this little group. And it sells to people who aren't horror fans.
And that's fair enough. So, to those people that go, oh, I don't like horror, but I like elevated horror, we'll go to them. But if you do like elevated horror, that's not a problem. But yeah, horror is one of those most interesting genres, especially with the blends and the crossovers with all the other genres. There's a lot that it has to give you, and it definitely can push you to your limits. So I suggest anyone check out some of the movies mentioned tonight. If you're into your vampire things, I'd definitely say something like Dracula Untold is one of the better Dracula movies. I'd always recommend, from a sci-fi horror point of view, Alien or Alien 3, or the Predator movies. Again, absolutely fantastic. From a really low budget comedy horror perspective, Wasting Away comes in it. But if you want that sort of B movie, low budget sort of horror perspective, Planet Terror is a good one. Japanese horrors like The Ring and The Eye are absolutely fantastic. I would definitely suggest anyone take them out. I love the Underworld series and Blade and that sort of thing as well. Pandorum, 28 Days Later, Doom, Wicker Man, all fantastic movies.
Did you just say Doom?
Yeah, Doom.
With Dwayne Johnson?
Yes.
And Carl Urban?
Yes. Absolutely fantastic. It's what I wanted to bring up earlier and didn't manage to do, and I just thought I'd slip it in there at the end. It is terrible but enjoyable.
Yeah, fair enough.
I just want everybody to watch it, and to watch the movies that I'd have said before that. And go, oh yeah, good. What the fuck am I watching? And if anyone hasn't watched things like the Purge TV series, check that out as well, because that's a very different take on the Purge. The Purge has a very good concept, but yeah, the Purge TV series takes it to another level, and I definitely suggest you take those out. Guys, are there any others that you'd suggest for tonight?
The only one I'd add to that list is Wreck, Spanish Quarantine. I think that's a must watch if you haven't watched it already.
All of them
so
are pretty good.
Yeah, I really like Wreck 2 with the shotgun preacher.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? So yeah, Wreck's that's my my.
And what about you, Dave? Is there anything that you'd suggest?
Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer, one of the finest horror films ever made. And I can't even begin to describe how good it is. And there's a really good bit in it where it's showing a serial killing, him and his mate killing this family. And then it pans back to show that they're actually watching the recording that they made of it.
Nice.
Oh, and Funny Games.
I've not heard of that one.
It's about two kids who kind of go into a family's house and start torturing the family, and they turn out to be serial killers. And it's quite a good statement about how we enjoy watching these kind of films.
For that, Craig just mentioned 28 Days Later, which actually it was on my list for films to bring up as well. I really enjoyed 28 Days Later. It was a different take on the whole sort of zombie thing. They weren't zombies; it was the rage virus. But
yeah,
what was really weird was walking through London during during the start of lockdown, and there just being no cars, no people, and it's like it felt very 28 Days Later. It's so weird.
I bet. I mean, to be honest, the number of times I'd gone to raves in London that finished at sort of like 4 or 5 in the morning and walked back through and had that exact experience, and I was like walking around going, "Fuck's going on, man?" I definitely felt a zombie, or that zombies were coming to get me. Craig, yes, I have seen I Am Legend. That was a Will Smith remake of Omega Man, basically, and it was all right.
The alternative ending is much better.
I've not seen the alternative ending, so I wouldn't know. I'll have to take your word of it. But yeah, but guys, I've really enjoyed tonight. It's been a fun way to spend my birthday discussing a number of movies in a genre that I enjoy, and it's been fun scouting around the edges of the topic and focusing on the topic, and here, there, and everywhere. At the end of the day, we were here to discuss horror movies, and we did just that. And a load of other shit too. To be honest, I'm surprised we managed to stay on topic as we did. But guys, thank you very much for joining me. Really appreciate it, and everyone out there in the world who's been watching live, especially, and joining in and providing us movies and so on and so forth, and everybody who's watching a rerun, thank you very much. You've been watching the Sci-Fi Show, and I'm Joe,
And I'm Henry.
And I'm Jason.
Have a good night, all.
Good night, all.
Bye.